qui fino alla fine non puoi portarli su.
Dietro...
Ma era, no, era solo un momento in cui magari finivano e portarsi avanti, però bisogna vedere anche l'orario che ci sono,
Ah, certo.
perché quel giorno lì, essendoci la chiusura, quindi quant'altro non puoi fare. Però se di lì per me dire finisce, posso dire a mezzogiorno, sto qui fino alle 5, da mezzogiorno alle 5 e comincio a tirare via cavi.
Shall I start in Italian or in English? Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming. I'm just here to say a couple of words to open this press conference, and then I'll give the floor to Liz and Michel. The first big thanks go to them, because without them we wouldn't have been possible to have this, how can I say, huge and unique experience of Venice immersive in this beautiful island, which is the old Lazaretto of Venice. They did a huge job making the competition for the VR growing in the years. It has become a reference point for this new form of expression and art. And I'm really very grateful and happy to show my appreciation publicly, because I don't have so many occasions to do that. The second big thanks go to you, all the filmmakers who have been invited to join the competition this year, or been there out of competition. There are so many, I don't know which kind of word we can use to define a VR project. So it's not a film, it's an experience, it's something else. We'll find a way to a word to define these new tools, that it is also a way to express, a new way to create an experience. as you have seen, we are back after 2 years of online experience for the VR. Because of the COVID, because of the lockdown, because of the suffering we had to go through in the last 2 years. Now we are back with a bigger, in addition, we more than double the space in the island. Some of you are here with us for the first time, so you cannot compare, but I assure you that this year is so impressive that I was took by surprise when I went there the day before the opening to visit all the installations. So that's it. Again, thank you very much to everybody. Thank you very much for what you have done, what you are doing, and what you will do for this kind of expression. And thank you, Liz, and thank you, Michel, again, for what you have done and you will do again in the future. Okay?
This is something we're doing together.
Yeah, of course, but
the trust, I mean, it's quite remarkable that the oldest and most prestigious film festival in the world is placing so much trust and commitment in a new art form, because we are asked very often, so are you the future of cinema? Mm-hmm. And we say, no, we're not the future of cinema. We are something else. We're something new. There are similarities between what, those wonderful artists are doing and cinema, but it's not the future of cinema. Sure. It's growing to become a new art form, and the talents that are gathered together on the island this year are proof that it's incredibly lively, that it's incredibly productive and growing, and it is something that is growing very fast. And some people who are not familiar with the artworks, that are produced with this new medium, tend to think, oh, is it a technological improvement? Is it like an innovation, with new tools, but that's it? No, it's not that as well. It is the tool, the platforms are just a tool. But the language of immersive storytelling is growing thanks to these amazing people that we gather. So we need to thank you for the trust that you put in the artists and in the future as a diversified form. And it's really amazing how the Biennale, because we tend to think when we come here to the Mostra that the Biennale is the film festival, but it's the art fest, the art Biennale, the architecture Biennale, music, theater, dance, and now in a way also immersive as part of the festival. And so there's a tradition of hybridizing forms, of mixing those forms, and this commitment to Venice Immersive is unique and remarkable. And you, thanks to your trust and commitment, you have made it possible that Venice Immersive is definitely the biggest and most prestigious event in the world for creative VR.
So thank you, Alberto. I wanted to express my thanks as well, because I don't think there's anywhere else in the world that would have the vision and the ability to support the exhibition of our size. It really is the most substantial representation of this new art form. And when we decided to change the name this year, we really wanted to move away from this technological description of what the immersive arts are. And really, that was our intention when we started the showcase and exhibition and competition section, that this is a new art form. It's not technological R&D, and it shouldn't be described in terms of technology. It should be described in terms of that it is an art form. And I think our showcase and the incredible creators we have who are taking place show that we are representing every aspect of this new art form, which is incredibly diverse and brings together every single art sector and media sector together in a new story storytelling language. So we have people in the selection who come from the performing arts world, from the cinema world, from the games world, from the visual arts world, from the music world, from, I think, every art form that we can think of. And that's something that the Biennale represents. So it's a really interesting, as you said, hybridization of all of the art forms together. And so I guess we should talk a little bit about the different formats that we have within that art form.
Yes, I think very quickly, there are different formats, but I wanted to add what you were saying, Liz, that the magic of an event like Venice Immersive also comes from gathering the community together, bringing people together, because we have learned through the 2 years of the pandemic that we can't do things alone. And what's so interesting is that some of you directors have made the work that you are showing now during the pandemic because you had time to do it and you could involve, the effort and the time. But it really only comes to fruition, and it only makes sense when we are together to experience it and share around it. And the beauty of Venice Immersive, beyond the different formats, is really the feeling of sharing, and by sharing, advancing the form. And this is something extremely strong. It's the same as in film, but it's particularly strong in VR because we're a new community. It's a new language that is being invented as we go, and it's crucial that we can share our failures, our hesitations, but also our discoveries. And that's what makes it an event like this, we see it as an accelerator, for the form, and it comes through this human dimension. So I would almost be tempted to say that the first genre of what we do is this human factor, is this human community that comes to life when we are together on the island and beyond. Would you agree?
Absolutely, and the fact also we have the Venice Immersive Market there has really enriched the space, because the whole space is now, feels like an ecosystem where we have projects that are being developed from concept and advanced development stage. We have all the people who are going to support those projects, whether they're producers or financiers or distributors or exhibitors or journalists, meeting with the talent and seeing the work at the same time. So it does, the island now does feel like an ecosystem for the new art form.
Yesterday, we had a large group of people who came from the West Coast in the United States to pay us a visit and to try the works that we're showing for the first time. And they asked me, could you tell us where do we stand? What is the metaverse? What is VR? And I found myself saying, and this goes back to the categories, I said, I think that there are four phases that have already happened in VR. The first one is, to me, and you don't need to agree with me, but this was an improvised theorization of where we stand in VR. I said the first phase was what we call now 3D. 3D is 360 video. It's the kind of work that is not true to reality, because, for instance, if I'm looking at this fan in VR, and if I want to come close to the fan is going to move with me, right? Because the whole bubble around me is set and centered around my head. So everything moves, and I cannot go beyond. It's like a flat image reproduced on a bubble inside of me. The second phase, the second generation, is 6DoF, where you have the possibility now, when I want to move closer to my fan, I move closer to my fan, and I can go around my fan. So my experience is much truer to reality. So then the third generation is sophisticating the interactivity within 6DoF. So now I can not only come close to my fan, but I can also pick up my fan, and I can do things. I can interact with Liz if we are together, and with you if we're together in VR, and so that makes it much more realistic an experience. And I think the fourth phase is what is happening now, and that we're so focused on showing in VR, is social VR. It's now the phase where you can be together inside virtual worlds, and you can do almost everything that you can do in reality in VR with each other. So it's no longer a lonely experience or an individual experience, and it is something that is the first iteration of the metaverse. That's truly where we stand, I think, today with all of this combined. And the beauty, I think, of Venice Immersive is that we are able to represent all of these trends simultaneously. All of these phases are alive today.
I would add a fifth, which I think is the bringing the physical and the online or the metaverse side together.
Yeah.
And I think that's something we're particularly interested in, and that we've been able to bring back this year because we're on the island with, for example, our parties that we did. The last 2 nights was a big experimentation to bring people in the real world together with people in the metaverse.
Yeah.
And also, just going back to the installations, we have 11 installations that we obviously couldn't show these works over the last 2 editions of Venice Immersive. And that's been an amazing thing of actually bringing the multi-sensory back into, because sometimes I think people believe, you know, this is, and I agree that it's been an amazing thing for both of us and for many of our colleagues, spending time together and doing incredible journeys and adventures and experiencing art socially together online within the metaverse. It's also been incredibly grounding and wonderful to bring our senses into connecting it with immersive arts.
Great.
Do we agree? Do you have any questions, maybe?
Or criticism.
Or criticism, of course, yes. We are here to listen to you and...
Or adding.
Yeah, adding, improving the, everything.
Well, I think it's interesting.
We have a microphone, I think. Wait a second, it's there.
Thank you. I think it's also really interesting that anonymity that we're also able to bring forward. So in a lot of these places, who you are, what you are, is also not important. And so I think that that brings a new form of diversity into the world of make-believe or whatever. So I learned that there's certain rules that you don't ask, you know, somebody's real name, or you don't ask, you know, where somebody does or something like that. And it truly, it creates an incredible freedom of expression. It also creates an incredible possibility to tell a story about climate change, you know, things that are really, really important and don't necessarily speak to you from a human form. You know, you're really allowing people to let go and release, you know, and to become a part of it. So I think it's an incredibly liberating medium that is now being developed and thankfully being presented in such a prestigious event. So thank you very much for that as well.
It's true that it brings a whole new opportunity to revisit fundamental notions that we took for granted, such as identity. I mean, up until VR, basically, you thought, okay, you're born a man or a woman, you're born in a certain country, in a certain culture. I mean, you're defined by who you are, where you were born. But it's true that VR gives you a chance to just reinvent yourself in any kinds of ways and in multiple ways, and it can be incredibly liberating, absolutely. And we're seeing this happen in almost all of the experiences.
And I think it's a complete contrast to what people believe happens online. And, for example, in flat screen social media, there's been this tendency to kind of invent yourself or PR yourself. And I think what we've seen with spending time on these platforms is that actually it enables you to be more authentic in a certain way. And that's been my experience, which has been quite a surprise for me, that you meet all kinds of people who can be anything between animal, vegetable, and mineral in terms of how they express themselves, and in ways that you could never, even beyond what we think of identity is, and that's incredible. It takes you into completely other dimensions and spaces.
Do we have time to add something?
Yeah,
I don't know
sure.
how much time we have. I just want to also celebrate something that is very, very unique to this particular time, where the community of VR is incredibly generous, and it's almost a utopia manifested today. Why? Because there's so much sharing, there's so much generosity. If we talk about the world-building community, for instance, it's a community that builds those incredible environments with no money. Everything is free. There's no access is free. Sharing is free. Everything is done out of pure passion. And I hope it's going to last long, forever, like that, but it might not. Maybe money will start coming in and changing this. But this particular moment in time is such a privileged moment, because we're not only just inventing the vocabulary and the grammar of the language of immersive, but we're also, all of us, doing it in an incredibly open-hearted way, a welcoming way, generous and sharing way. And it really could be seen as a model, as an answer to all the crises that we have in the world from a sociological but also spiritual point of view. And I feel so privileged that I'm part of this moment where it's all about generosity and open hearts and passion. And this is something that I think is unique, totally unique. And I hope that it will last, a number of years like this. That open. We need a market to develop and to grow, to make the form sustainable. But the spirit in which it's done is truly unique and so precious. So I would really like to celebrate what we're experiencing right now in this community, which is so beautiful.
Great, thank you. Any other observation? Yeah, sure.
So regarding this space that is provided in the Lazaretto Island for the development of the grammar of that syntax, I'd say that the event is like a very unique opportunity for you to exchange experiences about how to build stories there, and actually even the act of submitting the project to the festival, it was already giving me a lot of like terminology to give name to what I was doing, and I didn't know before. Because I have sometimes the feeling that I come from an academic perspective, and I felt that the festival is like it's way ahead in terms of theory than the own academia, and there was a moment that I felt that okay, these people they're really like speaking my language, and now I have a language with them finally, and this is a place for such a unique chance of dialogue and exchange, and for that I can only be thankful. I think we all are.
And
Fantastic.
Thank you so much. And I think that's the next step, is how do we describe this language? What is the art of commentating culturally or socially? And it's something we're going to be discussing this afternoon in our session, the art of reviewing immersive art and entertainment. And it's a very important part, as in art form, maybe only becomes an art form when it starts being defined. And so that's the one bit that's maybe missing in the puzzle, is having writers and commentators on this new art form.
But you're providing the space
Yeah.
for it to happen.
Exactly.
I think Jessie,
I just wanted to make a comment that I'm completely thrilled about the experiences I had on the island, the Lazaretto, about what you've done, either if you want to be out in space and to be at the ISS. It's amazing. It gives you opportunities to explore more different realities, alternative realities, or if you want to meet Coco Chanel, for instance, it's fantastic what you've done. And I wanted to, yesterday I was part of a small panel. We were talking about the future of festivals, about the aging audience. And this is amazing because virtual reality attracts young people. And so this is very, very positive for the future of the festivals, that you have this VR. The VR attracts very young people, so this is really good.
Thank you.
Jessie?
I wanted to know if you could talk quickly about the selection process, how long it takes you, and the things that you're looking for, and also where you hope that these projects will go from here in terms of distribution and traveling some of the installations that are here.
The selection process is a year-round process, because some of the works we welcome for their world premiere at Venice Immersive. We're in discussion sometimes for 3 years, you know, following and helping and exchanging about it. So it's a year-round process, traveling to different countries to see the studios and see the process of making the piece. But formally, we usually open the call around mid-February.
Yeah,
I think.
beginning of February, yeah.
Beginning of mid-February, and the deadline is always the last day of May. Then there's a whole process of checking that we have the equipment to see and experience everything that has been submitted. That goes on for about 2 weeks. And then Liz and I, we come together to Venice for 2 to 3 weeks. Here in the Palazzo del Cinema, and we experience everything during those 2 and 3 weeks. And at the end of the month of June, we make our selection, and it is announced officially around the 3rd week of July by Alberto with a press conference announcing the whole selection.
But I'd also like to say, in terms of being in contact, you know, it is an ongoing process of communication with projects, very early stage. Because we are working with so many different sectors, I would say we have to sort of, it's a really huge job of being in connection with these different sectors. And I always put them in 3 very broad brushstrokes of what they are. The first one is projects that are made by directors or artists that follow a kind of more traditional approach of creation, where there's a director who may be, like in a film tradition, are building a film and maybe the creative lead. And then there's projects that come from the game studios that have a completely different development process. So we're looking at narrative games that are really substantial projects that have a different production process that we, at first when we started approaching these companies, they were like, film festival? Why would we show in a film festival? So it's really interesting, them bringing together these communities. And then the last the last 2 editions, we started really delving into the online social VR world, or some people say the metaverse, and hanging out with these communities who are even further removed, because they are people who do not consider themselves as artists. Mostly they work collaboratively in this community that is where they're building works that are user-generated. And so that's a completely different, so I mean, I spent every week I was going into and having a lot of fun meeting these new creative communities. So it's really interesting, just our process of how we meet those artists, and that's a very broad overview of what we're doing. But Jessie, you wanted to know what was what we intend for the project. So obviously this is an art form that's nascent, and the business model is very early and evolving very fast. So we've got all these different forms that are going to be shown in different places, these different hybrid forms within themselves. And we're very happy, that this is such a meeting point, because there are new distributors and new platforms for the projects and new venues coming to Venice to pick up these projects. Some of them will be have been financed by some of the headset manufacturers who have storefronts, so they will be distributed after. Some of them are being picked up by distributors who do international distribution, and I know there's some titles. Some have been picked up by people with really beautiful venues or who are doing touring venues. So we already have heard there's going to be a lot of success from certain titles with some of those people we bring. So it's not just about, of course, showcasing this as an art form is the most important. It's also bringing people in the marketplace who are going to be helping these projects reach audiences.
And we are starting to see examples of projects that get good distribution and that recoup their investment. We had yesterday in the market a project from Brazil who won last year's grant for the college VR, and they recouped 3 times their investment in just 1 year of distribution. So it's really interesting to see that, because we talk about the market not existing, there is a market. You just need to find it, and you need to build it, but it starts to happen.
Just to give an example of our Grand Jury Prize winner last year, Goliath, that was a project that was financed by Meta, by their VR for Good program. And now it was distributed on the platform. It actually released just after Venice, and now it has a completely different distribution plan, and it's growing as a project, as an impact project that's going to be touring around, because it's a project about mental health and the reality of someone who's been diagnosed with schizophrenia, and now it has a whole impact and sort of campaign and distribution. So it's really interesting seeing the different hybrid routes for these projects.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid we are running out of the time at our disposal. Thank you very much to everybody. Enjoy the rest of the festival.
Thank you, Alberto. the grey one.
Good morning. I would like to say how this film appeared historically. First of all, with Babi Yar Memorial Holocaust Center, we produced and I made a film which named Babi Yar Context. So, and after that, when I work on this film, we just try to find maximum as possible archive everywhere in the world. And I find, I was surprised that I find in Krasnogorsk Film Archive in Russia, also footage which was shot during this trial in 1946 in Kiev in January. And nobody used this footage before. Only one short film magazine was produced, and that's all. And in this footage, it's around 3 hours, they shot the most important moment of that trial, and when I watch it, I think I thought that it will be a very good film from that footage, and very important because nobody even now remember that this trial happened, and it's ended with a public execution in a main square where 200,000 people participate also, and it's quite impressive everything what happened there. And this why I made this film.
Ecco, ma che impatto ebbe all'epoca questo processo?
You mean what kind of impact?
Diciamo, chiamiamola opinione pubblica, sulla gente, sui media.
You know, this time is Stalin time, and this is totalitarian regime. And what kind of opinion? Media have only one opinion. And express opinion of this power and authorities. So, and what people thinking, I don't know, this, they said it when they came, and you can watch their faces, and they just express with impression and with behavior what they thinking about that. So, and but I can add.
A proposito delle ultime riprese, che sono molto, delle immagini dell'esecuzione che sono molto scioccanti, ecco, quello naturalmente sono immagini che danno un senso a tutto quello che abbiamo visto prima nell'aula, e c'è anche un indugiare su questi corpi appunto uccisi. Ecco, che cosa è stato per lei lavorare su quelle immagini che come sempre, come dire, rivelano la ferocia anche in la rabbia popolare in un giusto processo, in un giusto processo.
What I would like to add to the previous question, that this kind of public execution happened in each big city where this kind of trial happened also. It was in Riga, in Leningrad, in Melitopol, in Kharkov, and also all this execution, almost all, was shot also. So, and it happened with a lot of people around, with a crowd. Because for public, you know, it's from one side it's event, strong event, and of course they thinking about revenge. So, and for state demonstrate power and teach public that who is owner and who is the main person or main force here. So, and what important happened during this trial, and why I think that film was not made in that time, because some truth appears, because the witnesses of this horror, they gave evidences about Holocaust also, about killing of Jewish children also, and about killing Jewish people, not only Jewish, but also killing of civilians, different nation, different ethnicity, so in Ukraine. And also the Germans, also the soldiers, the criminals, they gave their own evidences about that. And this is very important, I think, because all trial, it was, of course, staged, of course, you know, organized for public, for filming, for propaganda purpose, and this trial happened before Nuremberg trial, and Stalin tried to be first and punish Germans first, and it was also for propaganda purposes. But we find, for example, in archive a transcript of that trial, and we will publish it. It's very interesting document, very interesting. And I was surprised that this document was not published before and yet, you know. So, and if you're asking me about corpses and horror of this execution, I think that it must be in the film, and I include it in the film because, you know, it's important moment. This, it's very, very tough, but it's important to you know, to watch it. So.
A Maria e Ilia vorrei chiedere proprio l'importanza del lavoro su questi materiali che altrimenti sarebbero perduti, dimenticati, mai ritrovati e che, come dire, che diventano materiale per nuove storie o comunque storie mai raccontate. Questo è, come dire, una sorta di rigenerazione del materiale che è molto interessante, e tutto il lavoro che Sergei sta facendo in questi anni su questi materiali è come se, come dire, anche questo è il capitolo di una storia che lui, più generale, che sta scrivendo grazie al cinema e ai materiali d'archivio.
I think what is unique and very important for not only for cinema but for the human history, it's what Sergei doing with archives materials, because from one hand they becoming to be it's look like it was shot now. It's the past becoming to be present. And that means that it will stay for future as well. That prove that something was happened many years ago, and something what was not in the focus of any kind of attention, didn't get any kind of attention. Something coming back to the attention and to the form where you can feel and understand something about human nature in general. And this last part with execution, we can imagine easily how it's happened a couple of hundred years ago and many hundred years ago. Because it's about human nature. And of course, it's tough to understand and to accept the fact that what happened now in a war with Russia after the Russian invasion is bring completely different importance to the subject of trial itself. And I think uniqueness of this film is that it's have historical impact, it's have unique artistic impact, and they have very, very important impact for the current situation, where you can understand also that the things that's happened will stay in history forever, and maybe it will help us to understand something about ourselves. And I think it's super important, and our Holocaust Memorial Center, Babi Yar Holocaust Memorial Center, is very proud to work with Sergei to produce this movie, to finance this movie, because it's give completely different emotion to the past, for the generation, for the contemporary people, for the present, when the people, of course, we forget what's happened in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely agree with everything Ilya said. It's obviously, of course, I want to add that when Sergei started working on this film, when we started working on this film, we couldn't have predicted in our worst nightmares that when the film is actually released, it will be the political context, the world will be going through this terrible war that we're going through now. And of course the relevance, which has always been the relevance of this material, we understood how important it was to make this film and to present this material to the world. But now, under the circumstances, it becomes like really, I would say, shockingly, violently relevant. And another thing, of course, I would like to thank again and again Ilya and Babi Yar Holocaust Memorial Center in Kyiv for giving us this possibility, for giving Sergei this possibility to create this film, the Kyiv trial, and also Babi Yar context. And we just very much hope that it would be possible for this organization to continue its existence, hopefully after the war, when the war is over, because of course now they had to suspend the activities, and what they do is vitally important for Ukraine, for Europe, for the world, and for cinema.
Mm-hmm. Sì, è diciamo una delle cose più spaventose di cui ci sia consapevolezza guardando il film è da una parte appunto il racconto della natura umana, ma anche il fatto che la storia è destinata a ripetersi, perché a maggior ragione se il lavoro su questo film è cominciato prima della guerra, vuol dire che poi le dinamiche sono sempre le stesse e forse non ci si libererà mai. Insomma, questo è una dei pensieri tristi che ho fatto guardando il film. La storia è destinata a ripetersi? Impareremo mai nulla dalla storia?
History repeats itself when we not learn from history. When we didn't study and don't want to know and what happened with us, it's very difficult, and people have to spend a lot of energy for that. And I just remember when we were talking about this last episode, execution, a horrible execution and horrible episode, I just remember one film by Krzysztof Kieślowski from Decalogue, the short film about killing. At the beginning, it was an act of killing, which are horrible, but at the end of his film, it is an act of punishment, which are even worse. And of course he raised a very, very strong question about humanity. What it means, humanity, if we have this kind of institution and they have this kind of, we're allowed to make this kind of action. So it's just nota bene remark. But yes, of course, when this Russian invasion to Ukraine happened, just immediately we all realized ourselves like 80 years ago. And understandable that we just started to repeat the same things. And it means that we did not learn that after war. So, and didn't make this kind of historical work, so which are very important.
I think it's also happened because in Russia, after USSR collapsed, was no repentance. It was never, Russia never say sorry for things what's happened in Stalin time. The KGB still exists, the Lenin still in the Red Square, and other murders nearby him. And that's why it's happened, because nothing changed, in fact. The head of the country is KGB guy. Can you imagine that after Second World War, the head of Germany is somebody from Gestapo or SS?
Sure.
But it's the same type of organization. But I believe that the movies, with such a strong emotional impact like Sergei doing, they really can help to learn and to think and to understand that you have to act. You cannot just think and then let things happen how they happen. And I believe that at some point, at least with Russia, they have to learn, and they have to pay for all of that.
Prima appunto si accennava alla guerra in corso. Posso chiedervi che tipo di riflessioni vi suscita il racconto della guerra in questi mesi, anche, come dire, in vista di un possibile lavoro futuro su queste immagini?
I think the end of this war, at the end of this war, I don't know when it happened and how, but at the end of this war, it must be, of course, must be trial, of course, against all war crime which Russian army did and Russia did, the Russian politician did in Ukraine, and of course, but also trial against the Soviet Union and against this state, and about this crime which this state, starting from 1917 and ending with end of collapse of Soviet Union, they did. So, and because this kind of trial did not happen like Nuremberg trial, this country, we have this country in such circumstances how it is now, and we all surprised. But it's nothing surprise if people still thinking in such a way and keep it. They just did not act till some moment when it was allowed for them, and authorities develop enough country and themselves to say fast, go. So, and but the roots is understandable, and without this trial, where they just observe all crime which Soviet Union and all this organization like KGB and KVD, ЧК and MGB made during all this time, nothing happened, and this dragon will appear again and again. So this is what I think, that maybe we will be happy to make a film about that. This is what I want to do and dream.
Vorrei chiederle anche, vorrei farle una domanda anche sul montaggio. Quindi il materiale originario erano 3 ore, diceva. Come avete lavorato sul montaggio, anche attraverso appunto delle indicazioni su quello che accadeva, su insomma gli step, ecco, come avete lavorato nel montaggio del documentario?
we edited this film together, part by part, with Tomasz Wolski. Tomasz is here. Thank you, Tomasz. So, and it was not difficult because it's not such a huge amount of this material. And first and second, it's understandable that the trial have beginning, development, and end. And of course, only one problem which I have, but I solved this problem, is how to present time. Because it's not one day, but I don't want to make day-by-day film. And I think we find a way how to solve this problem. And of course, I just try to see, to watch how it was, and we find all these chapters and fragments from transcription, which we find also. It helped a lot to recognize who is who, and continuation, how they gave evidence. So, and that's all. The rest you will see in the movie.
We already saw. Ok, allora ci fermiamo qui e molte grazie. Grazie di questo film. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
hai fatto domande sui prossimi lavori,
Buongiorno a tutti. Roberto Cicutto, Presidente della Biennale di Venezia. Molto felice di presentare anche per quest'anno le attività di College Cinema. Abbiamo pubblicato un volume che racconta i primi 10 anni, in italiano e in inglese. Il secondo numero molto importante di questa edizione della mostra, perché il primo sono i 90 anni della Mostra del Cinema, la storia e presente e futuro, che comincia da oggi, dell'11° anno, cioè da oggi, da questa mostra. Perché il college è fondamentale? Perché ovviamente non solo è la contemporaneità, cosa di cui la Biennale si deve occupare in tutte le arti, ma anche una grande sperimentazione di linguaggi, di tecnologie, di narrazione. E devo dire che la cosa straordinaria che è successa 10 anni fa è che è stato pensato in un momento in cui certo i finanziamenti per la cultura non erano proprio al massimo. E il Presidente Baratta allora e questi due signori che vedete alla mia destra, pare a una cenetta un po' clandestina, hanno buttato lì un'idea che non solo aveva, come dire, dentro di sé il seme dell'investimento futuro in termini di contenuti, ma aveva anche la necessità di un finanziamento. Malgrado il momento difficile, hanno deciso di partire e benissimo hanno fatto, perché i ragazzi di questi 10 anni e quelli che cominciano il secondo decennio con questa edizione della mostra avranno la possibilità, hanno avuto e avranno la possibilità non solo di confermare il proprio talento, ma di partire da una postazione molto privilegiata, vedere le opere selezionate che arrivano sugli schermi della Biennale. È sempre successo che altri festival dopo le abbiano invitate. Quindi per me è solo un augurio di buonissima ripartenza, ringraziare tutti coloro che rendono possibile questa attività, che ricordo esiste anche per teatro, musica, danza e nell'ultima edizione della mostra d'arte che è ancora in corso anche per l'arte. Per noi occuparsi delle nuove generazioni di artisti non è uno slogan, non è quel che si dice i giovani sono il futuro, per noi è una realtà quotidiana. Grazie a tutti.
Buongiorno a tutti, grazie per essere intervenuti. Abbiamo non moltissimo tempo e tante cose da dire, da raccontarvi, la prima delle quali riguarda una bella notizia. Lo è per noi, ma spero che lo sia anche per tutti i prossimi partecipanti a Biennale College. Abbiamo un importante partner che si aggiunge ai molti che la Biennale già conta e che sosterrà in particolare il finanziamento dei progetti che ottengono il grant da parte di Biennale College. Questo partner è Vivendi, quindi un partner internazionale di grande peso e rilievo da tutti i punti di vista, non solo economico e finanziario ma anche comunicativo, e quindi credo che la notizia abbia particolare rilievo e potrà avere anche un impatto sull'efficacia della nostra attività negli anni prossimi. La seconda notizia che vi devo dare riguarda invece i 12 progetti che sono stati selezionati per partecipare all'11ª edizione di Biennale College Cinema 2022-2023, che si ritroveranno a ottobre all'isola di San Salvolo per il primo workshop di sviluppo e di lavoro con i tutors internazionali. Vi leggo velocemente la lista di 12 progetti che vengono da tantissimi paesi diversi. Il primo viene dall'India, si intitola Arms of a Man, il regista, scusate la pronuncia dei nomi che naturalmente non sarà precisa, comunque il regista si chiama Rohan Kanawade e il produttore Nerai Churi. Dall'Ungheria viene un film che si intitola Arni, il regista è Dorca Vermes, il produttore Balázs Zakar. C'è un progetto italiano che si chiama intitolato Behind the Garden, la regista è Cecilia Albertini e la produttrice Irene Santoro. Chaos of Silence viene invece dalla Georgia, il regista è Nino Shaburishvili e la produttrice Tinatin Kairishvili. Dal Messico arriva Fire Dreaming di José Pablo Escamilla, prodotto da Diandra Arriaga. C'è una coproduzione tra Afghanistan e Slovacchia, il titolo del film è Honeymoon, la regista è Sara Karimi e la produttrice Vanda Adamik Rikova. I would like to see your private photos viene invece dal Brasile, il regista è Marcelo Gabrowski e la produttrice Mariana Ferraz. C'è una coproduzione tra l'Iran e la Francia, il titolo del film è Mamad, il regista è Saleh Kashefi e il produttore è Thomas Jacquet. C'è un altro progetto, un secondo film italiano, si chiama Raffaella 2000, il regista è André Lucini e la produttrice Desiree Manetti. Dagli Stati Uniti arriva The Cave Without a Name, diretto da Jessica Barsley e la produttrice Caitlin Mae Burke. Dall'Armenia The Good Deed di Ofelia Arotunyanyan, non so se l'ho pronunciato bene, chiedo scusa, e la produttrice Nara Leone Ter Gabrielian. Il terzo progetto italiano che parteciperà al workshop si chiama To See These Days. I registi sono due, una coppia, Federico Lodoli, Carlo Gabriele Tribioli e il produttore Giacomo Lamborizio. Ecco, questi sono i 12 film. Tra questi 12, 4 verranno selezionati al termine del primo workshop e riceveranno il grant, il contributo finanziario che da quest'anno viene portato da 150.000 euro a 200.000. Credo che sia una buona notizia per tutti, visto l'aumento dei costi e l'inflazione che sta galoppando in tutto il mondo occidentale. Questa è la notizia e a questo punto cedo immediatamente, non senza aver ringraziato tutti coloro che si sono dedicati in passato, che si stanno dedicando e continueranno a farlo per il successo di Biennale College Cinema. In primo luogo ovviamente a Silvina Neirotti, Head of Studies qui di fianco a me, ma anche almeno 2 altre persone, non posso citare tutti, sono tanti coloro che contribuiscono, ma Michelle Reyac e Jane Williams, seduti qui in seconda fila, e devo dire che ovviamente senza di loro Biennale College Cinema non avrebbe luogo. Grazie, la parola a Savina Neirotti.
Buongiorno a tutti. Sì, grazie a tutti. Jane e Michelle coordinano una squadra di 104 tutor, nel senso che se pensiamo a questi ultimi 10 anni sono 104 i tutor da oltre 50 paesi che hanno partecipato a questi workshop e quindi hanno creato questa comunità che è rappresentata oggi da tutti i registi dei 4 film di quest'anno, che portano i film prodotti con il grant a 34. Io però ho un numero che mi piace molto ricordare in questi momenti e che è il numero 81, perché se pensiamo ai prodotti audiovisivi usciti dal college in questi 4 anni, non solo dal Biennale College Cinema, ma dal Biennale College anche Virtual Reality, parliamo di 81 film, di cui 60 feature film di finzione e 21 progetti VR. È un numero straordinario, la metà con il grant della Biennale, che fino appunto a quest'anno era di 150.000 euro, ma la metà anche prodotti poi indipendentemente dopo però aver fatto tutte le attività di sviluppo e tutti i workshop. E quindi questo è il college e direi, per raccontarlo proprio in 2 parole, quello che noi cerchiamo di fare è di avere una cura speciale per ogni progetto, in modo che sia l'uno diverso dall'altro, rappresenti davvero la voce dell'autore nascente. E per chi appunto fosse interessato, il libro in inglese e in italiano racconta proprio le storie di questi 81 film, di questa avventura lunga 10 anni e che speriamo duri ancora a lungo. Per chi stasera volesse vedere, c'è ancora il film Palimpsest, oggi alle 5, ma abbiamo già presentato nei giorni scorsi gli altri 3 film, e Elele sull'isola VR è il progetto VR prodotto da quest'anno.
Hai detto tutto?
Direi di sì. Direi di sì. Non so se...
Chiediamo ai registi di quest'anno, agli autori di quest'anno, di raccontare brevemente la loro esperienza ed eventualmente anche sottolineare eventuali criticità o possibilità di miglioramento.
Monica, parti tu? Sì.
Ok, la notizia dei 200.000 euro è un duro colpo oggi, però sorridiamo perché io voglio sottolineare il fatto che questo i limiti imposti sia dei soldi sia del tempo ridotto è stata presa da me e dagli altri e dalla mia produttrice, da tutti, spero come una ricchezza, cioè ci sono dei confini da rispettare, delle regole da rispettare, abbiamo 150.000 euro, dobbiamo essere talmente creativi da usarli al meglio, e soprattutto è il fatto di avere un progetto talmente forte, talmente buono da coinvolgere i talenti, dagli attori alla crew, che non possono dire no al progetto. Almeno per me è stato così. Appena hanno letto la sceneggiatura, che poi non voglio farmi gli elogi da sola, però devo dire ho avuto delle adesioni molto al di sopra delle mie aspettative. Io ho detto ma mi diranno tutti no, non ho avuto un no, ho detto no a qualcuno io. Ho avuto appunto persone che avevano vinto il David di Donatello, attrici emergenti, attori che facevano una piccola parte e che avevano fatto i protagonisti in un film in concorso a Venezia. Hanno detto tutti sì, e quindi ho detto vabbè, quindi qualcosa c'è nell'aria. Questa è la mia esperienza, parte la velocità dalla idea di un pensiero, di una storia, a vederla sceneggiatura e film. È soltanto grazie a questo programma che può essere fatto in 8 mesi, almeno dalla mia esperienza. Io conosco registi che vagano per 2 anni, 3 anni, che cercano i finanziamenti, che aggiustano sceneggiature. Questa cosa è una cosa veramente importante e magica che ho vissuto.
Grazie.
All right, I'm going to speak English. Yeah, I want to get off what Monica was saying. It's really incredible what this program allows us to do. And it really makes sense now why the word college is in the program, because it really is not only a great professional experience, but it's also an incredible learning experience. And as someone who made my first feature film, I think I learned more through this process than any film school I went to or anything I ever studied. So I think that I want to kind of applaud not just the support that they gave to us financially, which, like Monica said, was incredibly difficult to do in today's world, especially with independent cinema, but also the support they give to us creatively, and the way they just give it to us and offer it to us without pushing anything on us. And I think that's an incredible, incredible thing to have in these days, when somebody gives you something without expecting their own opinions, their own creativity to be part of what we decide at the end. But at the same time, we took in obviously a lot of their advice, because it's so useful. So I want to thank you so much for giving us this opportunity, and especially for someone, I come from Azerbaijan, and as a first female independent filmmaker who made this film, I'm so proud to say that it was funded by Biennale, and so proud to open this way for more women in our country, independent filmmakers especially, to make movies. So thank you.
Yeah, hello. I want to say that it was priceless when you at first, during the first workshop, when you pitch your idea, it's like the first screening of your film, but there is no film in it. It's just only your some mates who you from other teams, and the whole Biennale Cinema College team and tutors. And it's amazing when you see the reaction, when you see the smile of Alberto Barbera during your pitch. It's amazing, and when you see, it's wonderful. With less than 1 year, you see that this maybe the same reaction, the same places in the film. It's wonderful. It's I don't know. Especially for independent filmmakers from Kazakhstan, it's great opportunity to show your film for the wide audience. So thank you very much for that.
I think Biennale College, was this movie. Palimpsest was the only place we could have done this movie, because it is a crazy story that starts with 80-year-olds and ends with 11-year-olds, and I don't think any other funding agency would have just given us money to do something that feels like never has been done before, and there's no clear target audiences anywhere. They would be like, okay, just go do it and let's see what's going to happen. So I think as an artist, this has been amazing, and I think all the mentorship, all the workshop, it has been always about like how to make your idea better, and that's, I think, has been the most valuable about this, about like not trying to change the idea, but just make it stronger and make it more like it's your idea, and it's been a crazy ride, and I mean, there's so many people that we're thankful for this, but yes, this has been amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys already said a lot, and I agree. It's a really amazing opportunity to be able to do this, especially for a VR project. I'm really thankful for you guys that you give this opportunity to not only cinema, but also new forms of media like VR. And I also really want to add that it's amazing how much talent you provide in the tutors and in the mentors that helped us develop our project. I think that's it.
Abbiamo ancora qualche minuto. We still have some time, small time. Do you have any questions, some comments, anything you would like to say now? Raise your hand. We have a mic in this theater. Yes.
Buongiorno a tutti. Wim Wenders molti anni fa ricordava che i registi, ma anche i cinefili, sono tutti ladri di cinema. Vorrei sapere da ognuno di loro a chi hanno rubato dei maestri del cinema o delle nouvelle vague, se lo hanno fatto.
I can go first because I'm definitely not shy to say the themes. I mean, if you're talking about stylistically, of course, who we steal from or who we take ideas from, for me, it's absolutely the Dardenne brothers. So, yeah. And the theme of social realism.
Io ho rubato più ai miei vicini di casa che a qualche cineasta del passato. No, mi sembra troppo ancora pensare così. Ho rubato in casa, diciamo.
I think I kind of stolen from a lot of directors from Kazakhstan, from Central Asia area, because you are trying to see what other directors do from your region and how they try to show that region to to the world, and that's what I'm trying to not stolen, but to show a different part of the Kazakhstan, different layers of Kazakhstan which doesn't reflect in the other previous works?
I think even though the story is science fiction, I always try to go emotion first, so try to make it emotional, everything. So I think I stole from so many directors that kind of provoke emotion in me, from Kaurismäki, that is from Finland, of course, to Steve McQueen's Shame and everything. So everything that just gave me emotion, I just tried to draw influence from.
This project actually started as a present for a cousin of mine, and I kind of stole it back from him. So I think that's the main person I stole from this project.
Grazie, thank you very much. Anything to add? Any other curiosity or questions? If not, we can stop here. And I wish you all the best for the future, and I wish you enjoy the rest of the festival. It's today, if you still stay with us, and all the best wishes to the filmmakers that will start working on developing their project in October. We'll see each other soon, I suppose. Yes. Huh? Okay, have a nice day. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello, nice to meet you. It's going to be cozy.
Yeah, but we've been streaming.
La quoi? Ah oui, d'accord. Donc...
Eccoci, allora buongiorno, è la conferenza stampa Les Enfants des Autres, i figli degli altri. Vi presento subito gli ospiti al tavolo, che sono il produttore Frédéric Jouvet, gli interpreti Roche Zem e Virginie Efira e la regista Rebecca Zlotowski. Allora, vi ricordo anche che il film uscirà nelle sale italiane il 22 settembre con Europictures. Attendo le vostre domande. Vorrei cominciare però con una domanda per la regista. In un contesto sociale in profondo mutamento, dove i rapporti familiari sono molto cambiati, il film ci offre un punto di vista inedito, non solo sui legami familiari, ma anche su una figura, quella diciamo della matrigna, oggetto di molti cliché, anche grazie al cinema di tutti questi decenni. Quindi mi piacerebbe chiederle con che spirito si è avvicinata a questa storia, sì, e qual era il suo obiettivo, il desiderio di far emergere cosa? Deve spingere il pulsante grigio? Perfetto.
Excusez-moi, je réponds en français pour tout le monde? Oui. Et je vais juste éteindre ça qui va être... Hop. Excusez-moi, merci aux interprètes simultanés, qui est un métier qui m'est cher, c'est celui de mon père qui est dans la salle, donc je suis désolée de ne pas faire appel à vous, mais voilà, je vous salue. Oui, j'ai eu la sensation en fait qu'il y avait une espèce de fait sociétal qui est que les familles, nos histoires d'amour, nos récits ne suivent pas nos histoires d'amour. C'est-à-dire, on a la sensation que la société est un tout petit peu en avance sur le cinéma. En tous les cas, quand je me suis retrouvée dans une situation personnelle, il se trouve que dans ma propre expérience, j'ai vécu une situation familiale particulière, et je n'ai pas ressenti, j'ai senti quasiment dans la représentation un manque. J'avais la sensation qu'il manquait l'image, qu'il manquait ce récit-là. Et c'est, alors, je ne sais pas si c'est un objectif, mais en tous les cas, c'est un point de départ pour fabriquer le récit et pour me dire, tiens, il y a peut-être un film à faire ici. Je pense que si j'avais eu la sensation que ce film existait déjà, on ne cesse de nous dire tous les films d'amour ont été faits, toutes les histoires d'amour, toutes les histoires de famille. Et moi, je ne crois pas. Je ne crois pas, puisque tout le monde n'a pas pris la parole encore là-dessus, et qu'il y a des configurations qui nous semblaient mineures, des sujets qui nous semblaient petits, des sujets qui nous semblaient pas assez dramatisés, et qui aujourd'hui, en fait, on leur donne toute la mesure en termes de sujets majeurs de nos existences, parce qu'on s'identifie tous et toutes à ça. Donc voilà, ça a été certainement un point de départ. Ensuite, est-ce que c'était l'objectif du film? Je ne sais pas, je ne me suis jamais dit, je ne me suis pas réveillée en me disant je vais proposer l'image manquante avec ce film-là. Mais c'est ce qui m'a permis de sortir de la dimension juste peut-être personnelle et thérapeutique, qui aurait été intéressante mais que pour moi, et proposer à l'audience un film plus large, plus ouvert et ancré dans l'expérience d'un cinéphile aussi.
Mm-hmm. Però se non ho letto male nelle note di produzione del film, il film è nato mentre lei lavorava a qualcos'altro. Che cos'è che ha...
Alors ça, j'ai pas compris.
Okay.
Oui.
E quindi che cos'è che ha spostato il suo interesse su un altro... su altri personaggi in realtà, perché...
En fait, je ne tournais pas un autre film, mais je travaillais à adapter un roman. En fait, le point de départ, il y a toujours un point de départ qui est un point de départ conscient, un point de départ inconscient au projet. Le point de départ conscient, c'était un roman. On sortait des Sauvages, qui était une série que j'avais tournée avec Roche Zem. Donc, ce qui est curieux pour ce film, qui est clairement un portrait de femme, et portrait de Rachel Friedman, incarnée par Virginie Efira. Personne ne peut sortir en se disant que c'est l'incarnation qui ne supporte pas le film. Et pourtant, l'acteur qui est entré en premier dans le projet, c'était Rochdi. Donc, pas essayer l'explication d'un détour un peu pudique que j'ai fait avec ce projet. On sortait de cette série, on parlait de ce qu'on lisait à ce moment, on était tous les deux, on s'est rendu compte qu'on était tous les deux en train de lire le roman de Romain Gary, Au-delà de cette limite, votre ticket n'est plus valable. Et c'est un roman qui parle d'impuissance masculine, et ça a intéressé énormément Rochdi, avec l'intelligence qu'il a, de travailler d'autres zones de son jeu d'acteur, alors qu'il était en plus, il sortait d'une année de full puissance dans l'industrie, une puissance totale érotique, une puissance totale... il était en pleine possession de ses moyens à l'époque. Et voilà, il y a un petit peu, je reconnais un seul acteur, et ça regarde du côté de l'Italie, c'est quand Marcello Mastroianni fait Le Bel Antonio, qui est un grand film aussi d'impuissance masculine, alors là, porté à son paroxysme. Il a la même intelligence à ce moment-là de dire, voilà, je suis le sex symbole italien, mais moi je vais vous raconter que je bande plus. Et on rigole avec Roger, on se dit, il faut vraiment faire le film comme ça, de cette déconstruction. Bon. Et puis, je m'attelle au roman, je le fais vraiment sérieusement, je vous jure, et puis je n'y arrive pas, et je me rends compte que quelque chose résiste. Et ce qui résistait, c'est que si ça me touchait, c'est que ça rejoignait une forme d'impuissance féminine que je traversais moi, et j'ai décidé de déplacer le personnage d'un héros masculin à une héroïne. Et j'ai voulu faire le film de cette femme qui atteint l'âge limite de la fertilité, qui est peut-être encore plus difficile à déplacer, que on voit bien que le sujet masculin de l'érection a concerné beaucoup, et que des expédients sont arrivés. Tout le monde peut rebander grâce à des pilules, mais on peut pas retomber enceinte à 42, 43, 45 ans, parce que peut-être le sujet a moins mobilisé. Et donc voilà, j'avais la sensation que c'était l'endroit dans lequel je devais, mon désir de cinéaste, ma simplicité, ma pente plus immédiate, ça m'amenait là. Et tout de suite est né le projet d'écrire l'histoire de cette femme qui aurait une quarantaine d'années, une très jeune quarantaine, qui est accomplie dans son existence, à qui il ne manque rien, mais qui commence à naître un désir d'enfant à un moment où il est peut-être trop tard. Et de cette histoire, il y a une espèce de résonance entre un sujet intime, un sujet qui pouvait faire sens dans le sociétal, la psychologie, les autres, et aussi un sujet de cinéma sur la durée et l'absence de représentation à l'écran. Et quand j'ai proposé le rôle à Rochdi, il m'a dit, mais c'était pas du tout ce qu'on avait en tête. Et il m'a dit, écoute, c'est comme si on avait attendu un enfant et que moi je préférais plutôt un garçon et toi une fille, ou l'inverse, mais bon, on a l'autre, mais on l'aimera pareil puisque c'est notre enfant. Et il a dit oui tout de suite, et il est rentré dans le film. Voilà.
A Virginie vorrei chiedere questo. È evidente da quello che emerge dal film che la maternità non definisce una donna, ma c'è una frase che lei dice che mi ha molto colpito, che il suo personaggio dice che mi ha molto colpito, e che essere madri significa partecipare a un'esperienza collettiva. Al quale evidentemente la protagonista non vuole rinunciare. Ecco, vorrei una riflessione su questo, e naturalmente su questo personaggio che le avrà suggerito appunto 1000 spunti di riflessione, 1000 temi da affrontare anche personalmente, mettendo in moto delle riflessioni anche personali.
Ça intervient avec la question du choix qui peut rarement se définir comme tel. Ah pardon, je disais que ça intervient avec la question du choix qui peut rarement être positionné très simplement dans le présent. C'est-à-dire que là, elle se dit, c'est un rendez-vous que je n'aurais pas, c'est un rendez-vous auquel je pensais. Je ne suis même pas certaine d'en avoir réellement envie, enfin si j'en ai envie, mais est-ce que ce désir est posé comme tel? C'est juste que, et cette grande expérience collective dont tout le monde parle, c'est assez commun finalement d'avoir un enfant, mais peut-être que moi, je ne pourrais pas y participer. Et c'est comme si dans les actions qu'on a, il y a un futur qui est compris, et ce futur-là, il est incertain. Et c'est une période trouble, c'est une période qui peut interroger, c'est une période floue, parce que soi-même c'est difficile d'établir. Il y a très peu de femmes, moi j'en connais quelques-unes, et je les trouve belles, fières et courageuses, qui ont pris cette décision de ne pas avoir d'enfants. Souvent, c'est une question qui est, bon, il y a soit le grand désir, comme celui qu'on montre dans le film, et de cette non-possibilité, qu'est-ce qu'on en fait, comment on passe par l'acceptation, comment on passe à autre chose. Ce que j'aime dans le film de Rebecca, c'est qu'il soulève une question plus large, qui est la question d'un positionnement existentiel. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a l'idée quand même qu'on peut avancer malgré tout, en fait, qu'il y a quelque chose de l'ordre du choix qui peut, une fois qu'on l'a pris en compte, on peut avancer quand même, et qui interroge plus largement qu'est-ce qui reste et qu'est-ce qui part. Et une chose qui est vraiment importante dans tout vécu, c'est l'idée de la transmission, qui évidemment, quand on a un enfant, se résout presque de soi, quoique, mais qui de manière plus large, c'est ce que le film raconte aussi, qu'une transmission est possible à d'autres endroits. Voilà, et puis après ça amène à effectivement, à la fois dans le jeu et dans le vécu propre. En tout cas, on en a parlé beaucoup du fait que Rebecca met en scène une représentation non existante, mais aussi un endroit qui est peu nommé à l'intérieur même de nos vies, en fait, sur cette incapacité comme quelque chose qu'il est difficile de nommer à son partenaire, enfin avec l'homme avec lequel on est, déjà, cette prise en compte d'un temps fini, qui nous rapproche déjà du temps fini de la mort, quoi, en fait, là, je ne peux plus, comment on prend cette chose-là en compte, comment on vit, et quand je parlais du futur induit de certaines décisions, c'est pas, quand on a un enfant, je ne dis pas que forcément tout coule de source et que tout est beau et génial tout le temps, certainement pas, mais dans une place de belle-mère, quelle est la place exacte? Est-ce qu'il faut la définir? Est-ce qu'elle résiste? Voilà, et dans le futur, quoi? Qu'est-ce qui reste? Voilà, c'est vraiment, pour moi, le film est d'une beauté extrême parce qu'il charrie plein de choses sur qu'est-ce qui part, qu'est-ce qui reste, qu'est-ce qui nous fonde, qu'est-ce que finalement une existence, à quel endroit elle compte, à quel endroit elle avance, à quel endroit on accepte, ce qu'on laisse sur le côté et pourquoi ça vaut le coup de continuer à traverser la route. Donc voilà, ça n'interrogeait pas que des choses en rapport à la maternité finalement.
Sur cette phrase, bon, je peux rien ajouter à ce qu'a dit, qui est très très beau à Virginie, mais c'était l'idée que peut-être le film pose des questions personnelles sur des personnages, mais aussi on a tendance à penser que la maternité est une question intime, personnelle, un petit sujet qui concerne les femmes, éventuellement leurs compagnons, etc. Mais c'est un sujet en fait qui relie le social. Quand on se dit, tiens, c'est une expérience collective à laquelle on n'est pas associé, c'est que même dans nos expériences de solidarité entre humains, entre citoyens, entre gens qui traversons les mêmes villes, quand on prend le métro avec quelqu'un et avec toute une rame de métro et qu'on se dit, voilà, moi je ne peux pas entrer en contact avec eux sur ce sujet et pourtant eux tous, ils ont un point commun. Et je crois que voilà, pour certaines femmes, c'est aussi la possibilité tout simplement de s'inscrire aussi dans quelque chose de social, quoi. Il y a un manque parfois, moi je l'ai ressenti à un moment, j'ai mis très longtemps à avoir des enfants, il y a des endroits de conversation dont on est exclu, il y a des expériences dont on est exclu, il y a des lieux de vacances, il y a des possibilités, bon bref. Donc c'est tout un monde comme ça, comme un pays, et puis le visa expirerait à un moment et on vous dit, tu verras pas ce pays. Mais il est très très beau ce pays, puis peut-être parfois, bon, il y a des moustiques, mais vous voyez, je vais pouvoir aller très très loin sur cette métaphore des enfants pays. Voilà. Je crois que je préfère.
Sì, e Roshi, di cosa le ha parlato questo personaggio? Chiaramente è un punto di vista completamente diverso, il punto di vista maschile in questo film è altrettanto importante. Di cosa le ha parlato questo personaggio?
C'est un personnage qui est confronté, selon moi, à une modernité dont il n'a pas encore tout à fait les codes. Il a les sentiments, mais il ne sait pas encore comment les formuler, mais surtout comment les gérer au sein de son couple, au sein aussi de son ancienne histoire, qui a encore beaucoup d'importance dans son présent. Et c'est un peu aussi comme ça que moi-même, en tant qu'acteur, j'ai abordé ce sujet, parce que, effectivement, comme l'a dit Rebecca précédemment, quand elle me propose le film et que je le lis, je le ressens comme une invitation à une expérience moderne et intelligente. Le film a une résonance très, très féminine, une forme de sororité, et je me sens être l'invité privilégié de cette histoire. Et je sens que c'est un thème et un sujet qui va faire appel à d'autres, par le biais de Rebecca et je pense par d'autres réalisatrices, parce qu'il y a quelque chose comme ça qui manquait au cinéma, qui est en train d'exister, qui est en train d'émerger et qui est en train d'évoluer. Et le fait d'être partie prenante de ce projet, oui, je le ressens d'abord comme un privilège, mais aussi je me sens flatté. Et surtout, ça me permet, moi, en tant qu'acteur, d'évoluer même dans mon propre parcours. C'est un parcours, c'est une démarche artistique, mais aussi, comme tu le disais tout à l'heure, c'est aussi pour moi également une démarche thérapeutique. Parce que cette image qu'on cherche à véhiculer parfois, nous les acteurs, il y a un moment où ça devient un peu lassant, pour ne pas dire ennuyant. Et là, on nous propose d'un coup de pouvoir jouer avec nos fragilités, notre vulnérabilité et nos sentiments. Et je trouve que comme ça, entre mon personnage et moi-même, il y a comme ça des similarités qui me permettent d'aborder l'interprétation, parce que effectivement je découvre quand le thème il m'était familier, mais je n'ai jamais été confronté à ce thème. Je me suis jamais réellement penché, comme beaucoup d'entre nous je suppose, mais c'est un thème ô combien universel et ô combien important, et j'ai l'impression qu'il y en a d'autres encore comme ça encore, et je pense que tu en as d'autres sous le capot en plus, mais c'est intéressant parce que entre le cinéma des années 80-90 et le cinéma aujourd'hui du 21e siècle, il y a un bond en avant qui a été fait, notamment au niveau des thèmes, de la façon dont ils sont abordés, mais aussi bien dans le fond que dans la forme. Et ce film et ce sujet est assez représentatif de ça. Donc être un acteur, un témoin actif de ça, oui, c'est quelque chose qui me paraît important et primordial dans la carrière d'un acteur, surtout aujourd'hui. Je ne sais pas si c'est clair.
C'est hyper clair. C'est hyper clair. Hyper clair.
C'è una domanda lì.
Bonjour, Maître Mazzetto. J'ai une question pour le réalisateur aussi, pour les interprètes. Et la musique, c'est beaucoup fondamental dans ce film. Comment vous avez affronté la thématique de la musique, et pour les interprètes, si vous savez déjà jouer des instruments, si vous avez appris pour le film. Et je vous remercie aussi pour le film parce que c'est délicieux.
Merci, merci beaucoup. C'est la meilleure question au monde, puisque nous avons la chance d'avoir 2 interprètes qui savent tout faire, comme à Broadway, et qui, quand je leur ai demandé, en fait, je vais répondre à votre question d'abord sur la musique et ensuite sur le jeu des interprètes et la guitare, c'est à ça que vous... J'aborde souvent les films. Je regrette que mon compositeur Robin Couder soit pas là. Je pensais qu'il était là. Et c'est un grand compositeur avec qui je travaille depuis quasiment mon premier film, enfin depuis mon premier long métrage tout simplement. Et notre manière de fonctionner, c'est de plus en plus comme j'écris avec de la musique. Il y avait par exemple ce Tchaïkovski, le thème musical classique était là depuis le début, parce que j'écrivais avec cette musique-là, qui est carrément ma playlist Spotify. Puis après, j'écris, puis après, je me dis, tiens, mais j'y pense vraiment beaucoup, je la mets sur le plateau, je fais des... Bon, ça accompagne le film, et là, ce thème lyrique, en tous les cas, et classique, a accompagné, on va dire, le mouvement amoureux du début du film. Très rapidement, je voulais, et souvent comme ça, que ce couple se rencontre dans un moment et trivial, et heureux, et comme un hobby, comme un plaisir. Je me demandais comment on peut se rencontrer, passer 40 ans sans qu'on passe par une appli, ni la rencontre. Bon. Et immédiatement, j'ai pensé, ils prennent un cours de guitare et ils sont ensemble, voilà, ce qui est un instrument que j'aime beaucoup. Et je l'ai parlé à Virginie, je lui dis, quand je lui propose le rôle, je lui dis, voilà, il y a un petit peu de guitare au début, qui était un morceau en plus quand même pas si facile, parce que c'était un morceau de blues, évidemment, il y a le Vivaldi du morceau du début, pardon, qui est le Vivaldi du tout début, c'est vraiment la musique de Kramer contre Kramer, en fait. Ce Vivaldi-là, en fait, c'est ce qui scande dans Kramer contre Kramer. Je l'ai repris comme un héritage et ça m'a amené à la guitare. Mais en vrai, dans la scène, ils ne jouent pas ça. Je dois avouer qu'ils étaient vraiment renversants et formidables, mais je les ai quand même doublés. Et quand j'ai demandé à Virginie, est-ce que tu joues de la guitare, elle m'a dit ouais.
Non, tu m'as envoyé un SMS avec le personnage joue de la guitare, est-ce que tu en joues? Peut-être que j'ai dû appeler mon agent, Laurent Grégoire, affolé. Qu'est-ce que je réponds? Ah oui, bah, tu joues. Donc j'ai répondu, je gratouille, qui ne veut absolument rien dire, mais qui est supposé qu'on sait à peu près ce que c'est un do, un fa et peut-être même un mi. Ce n'était pas le cas. Mais je me souviens de ce
Rushdie, quant à lui, je sais qu'il a des guitares chez lui, donc je me suis dit, il joue de la guitare. Et quand on est arrivé, il y a eu des cours qui ont été donnés, des centaines de cours, etc. Et arrivé sur le plateau, effectivement, il y a eu ce petit moment un peu avec l'équipe, on s'est dit, d'accord. Et on a fait autre chose.
Ouais.
Et en même temps, c'était très beau.
Risque peu d'être prise pour le biopic de Joan Baez, quoi.
C'était très fragile, oui.
Ouais. Mais la musique, c'est vrai qu'elle était très présente sur le plateau aussi. Moi, je me souviens de Rebecca tout le temps avec son combo et le transistor là, et que tu plaçais. Oui. Ouais, c'était trop chouette.
Oui, je peux mettre
comme un endroit d'incursion directe dans la fiction. On avait ça sur le début, parce que je me souviens sur le début, sur leur rencontre, Rebecca disait ça doit être comme un tapis roulant. J'aimais bien c'est quelque chose de fluide comme ça. Et puis quand même, portée par une petite chose où on sent qu'elle va devenir très très grande. Et cette musique, c'était le Tchaïkovski, que tu mettais là, qu'on a mis à différents endroits. Et ça, je sais pas, ça donnait encore plus ce sentiment. Je me demande si Godard n'avait pas fait ça avec Beethoven à un moment donné. Comme ça, on a peut-être une chance que tout le monde fasse le même film. J'avais retenu cette phrase. Non, je ne sais pas pourquoi je cite ça.
Que tout le monde oubliera immédiatement cette comparaison.
Oui, non, mais c'est pas une comparaison. C'est juste que j'aimais bien cette idée de musique pour dire peut-être qu'on a une chance du coup de faire tous ensemble le même film.
Oui, c'est vrai.
C'est plutôt joli.
Oui, c'est vrai. J'aime bien mettre de la musique sur le plateau, je ne suis pas la seule.
Oui, même avant, même entre les coupures et tout ça. Ouais. Enfin, entre les scènes, je veux dire.
Vorrei che anche Frederici raccontasse la sua esperienza sul set, che sembra aver riservato anche molto divertimento a tutti, e quindi che cosa è stata la sua esperienza e in che modo pensa che un film così possa contribuire al dibattito su appunto nuove relazioni familiari, nuove relazioni sociali, come si sta ridefinendo queste relazioni.
Ah oui.
Frédéric.
Alors du coup, j'étais sûre que c'était pour toi cette question. Du coup, je l'ai moins. Donc oui, on s'est amusé sur le plateau, ça oui. Et la suite de la question, c'était que
Est-ce que tu penses que ça peut créer un débat de société?
Ah, si je pense que ça peut créer un débat de société.
C'est le but.
Ouais, je ne sais pas si c'est le but. Je sais que quand ça touche un endroit très juste, c'est une chose. Moi, j'ai l'impression, mais bon, ça fait bizarre quand je suis dans le film d'en faire une très très grande propagande, mais quand même, c'est difficile justement quand on est acteur dans un film d'arriver d'en être spectateur aussi. Alors celui-là, par chance, ou parce que c'est ce film-là, j'ai réussi à en être spectatrice. Et donc, ça me semble être, c'est comme si elle avait réussi une chanson très simple, celle de trouver, et ça on ne peut pas vouloir la chercher, on ne peut pas vouloir chercher ni la grâce, c'est pas quelque chose qui se cherche, c'est quelque chose qui apparaît comme ça, ni le plus petit dénominateur commun d'une humanité qui nous rassemblerait tous, on ne peut pas chercher cette chose-là. Et puis parfois, par un regard, parce qu'on suit quelque chose qu'on a au fond de soi et qu'on n'a pas déterminé avant, qui n'est même pas une posture intellectuelle, c'est-à-dire que Rebecca est suffisamment politique pour que son film le soit, en fait. Mais ce n'est pas ça qui est mis au devant, en fait. On suit juste, on regarde précisément quelqu'un, une personne, un couple, un enfant. On le regarde précisément et de toutes les manières. C'est un personnage, finalement, moi j'ai joué beaucoup de timbrés au cinéma là, récemment. Là, on a un personnage qui sert pour aller voir un psy comme tout le monde, mais plus rationnel. On pourrait presque dire ordinaire, finalement. Mais elle est tellement regardée par tous ses prismes. Son père, les rapports familiaux avec sa sœur, sa libido, sa croyance religieuse, ses valeurs politiques, le rapport amoureux, de partout. Ça me fait penser à une phrase, on va encore reciter un autre gars, ça va être Flaubert, le gars, de toute chose regardée assez longtemps devient intéressante. Ben c'est ça en fait, ce personnage du coup il est regardé dans tout et c'est vraiment c'est tellement difficile cette chose-là d'arriver à restituer le juste, la justesse d'une émotion, d'un rapport qui est un peu en creux, d'une audace pas vraiment audacieuse, d'un courage quand même. Il y a aussi les films que Rebecca m'a montrés avant, qui ne sont pas en lien direct avec le film que nous avons fait, mais le fait de montrer Show the Moon par exemple, ou un autre film, je ne me rappelle plus du titre, avec...
à la recherche de Mr. Goodbar,
oui, voilà.
avec Diane Keaton.
Ça permet de prendre conscience d'Diane Keaton, qui est une actrice d'une mobilité extraordinaire et tout ça, et qui a ce sourire, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a une attitude de courage face à l'adversité, chez elle de sourire qui est à la fois le sourire de la pudeur, le sourire de la politesse, et tout d'un coup, ça donne une orientation de quelque chose. En fait, des êtres apparaissent dans leur complexité, dans cette idée que ce passage de vie, ça sera très court, qu'est-ce qu'on va en faire? On va essayer d'en faire quelque chose, on ne va pas réussir tout le temps. Ça touche cet endroit-là, voilà. Donc, je ne sais pas si ça va faire débat, ça, mais c'est quelque chose. Là, tout d'un coup, moi, le cinéma, je me dis, putain, c'est quand même important, quoi.
Et après, c'est trivial, mais je crois qu'on fantasme tous, en tout cas producteurs, réalisatrices et interprètes, et tous les gens qui font du cinéma, on fantasme en fait de créer des films qui, je ne sais pas si ça crée des débats en fait, mais qu'on a envie de passer, qu'on a envie de partager. Et j'ai l'impression que dans ce film-là, de par la thématique et de par la simplicité, de par la façon dont le film touchera au cœur les gens, ils auront envie de le partager, et peut-être qu'en partageant ce film, on racontera aussi sa propre histoire.
Je suis assez émue d'entendre parler mon producteur pour la première fois. Et juste sur cette question du débat ou du débat possible, je pense qu'à partir du moment où on est loyal et qu'on travaille en essayant de ne pas être paresseux sur la question des stéréotypes, on fabrique forcément quelque chose qui révolutionne. Révolutionne, c'est un grand mot, je ne pense pas que le film va le faire, mais je pense que si collectivement on se repose la question à chaque fois, au casting, à l'écriture, de savoir comment on écrit ce sentiment amoureux, cette rupture amoureuse, ce rapport à un enfant, est-ce qu'on va prendre pour le jouer le jeune acteur qui joue le gamin en difficulté, est-ce qu'on prend quelqu'un de racisé ou pas? Toutes ces questions-là, en fait, au bout d'un moment, elles amènent un changement de paradigme dans une société, elles nous apportent de l'air, de l'oxygène, et de reconnaître quelque chose de nos expériences personnelles à l'écran. C'est ça aussi qui a quitté un petit peu de temps en temps le cinéma, notre industrie, et qui faisait que si on la regarde trop, si on est trop en cercle clos, si on ne remet pas en question nos évidences, on finit par se détourner d'un public qui, lui, est très, très, très happé par d'autres endroits, très, très dragué par des endroits où on va leur proposer de l'identification des récits qui ne sont pas stéréotypés, etc., ou d'autres stéréotypes. Et donc c'est pour ça que je trouve qu'il y a quasiment une urgence, en fait, donc c'est pas tant le débat de société qui m'intéresse avec le film que la dimension peut-être généreuse et loyale sur l'écriture de personnages et leur incarnation. Et je crois, et j'ai la chance, pardon, on n'est pas nombreux, donc excusez-moi, s'il y a d'autres questions, n'hésitez pas à m'interrompre, mais je crois que ce débat, il se porte beaucoup avec les acteurs. J'ai la sensation que Virginie Efira, Roche Dizem, les autres acteurs dans le film, ils m'aident à faire en sorte que le film ne soit pas doctrinaire ni dans l'idéologie, parce que vous portez en vous déjà cette remise en question de votre, on va dire, des questions que porte le contemporain, le genre. Tu vois, quand toi, Roche, tu acceptes, il y avait cette scène où elle devait te regarder nue dans la douche. Et alors Roche me dit, mais moi, j'ai jamais été tout nu dans un film. Et je lui dis, d'accord, j'ai pas envie de te forcer, je te forcerai jamais, mais c'est important pour moi de retourner le regard. D'habitude, on voit, il tombe amoureux, et puis il la regarde comme ça, prend sa douche, elle est gracieuse, magnifique, ruisselante, enfin voilà, ça on a vu. Mais elle qui prend son café en regardant son homme, en le regardant comme ça, en le détaillant des pieds à la tête, je l'avais pas vu. Et là, Roche me dit, d'accord, mais tu filmes pas le... Bon, et donc voilà, c'est une manière, il porte ça, et Virginie porte ça. Je suis obligée de dire des trucs qui vont un peu sexy.
Non, mais ce que tu dis là, effectivement, ça c'est assez représentatif de ce que tu évoques. Mais le point de départ, déjà, d'être un homme seul avec un enfant au cinéma, on voit rarement ça. Je ne me souviens pas l'avoir vu. En général, quand tu dessines un couple dans un scénario, elle est seule avec un enfant et l'homme arrive et puis il essaie de s'adapter plus ou moins. Là, le fait d'avoir, j'allais dire inversé, non, parce qu'aujourd'hui on est dans une autre configuration. Mais ça va jusque-là. Et effectivement, je rebondis sur ce que je disais tout à l'heure, c'est toutes ces choses-là, cette modernité-là, qui correspond aussi à nos sociétés actuelles, qui font que le film est très original, finalement. Alors qu'on est sur des thèmes totalement qui nous entourent et qui nous concernent.
C'è una domanda qui, la prego di essere molto conciso.
Oui, bonjour. Je voulais juste vous parler du personnage de Leïla qui est carrément, enfin l'actrice est carrément épatante. Et je voulais savoir comment s'est passé le travail avec elle, tout simplement, vous les interprètes et vous, Rebecca.
On l'a affamée, maltraitée, et du coup elle jouait bien quand elle était entre deux périodes, entre deux repas. Non, ça a été j'ai fait un casting avec Christelle Barras, qui est une directrice de casting formidable, y compris sur la découverte des enfants, parce qu'elle a vraiment une spécialité là-dessus. Très rapidement, j'ai su que c'était une toute jeune enfant qui avait le désir de faire ça, qui en avait le plaisir. Ma difficulté, c'est moi je déteste, je ne suis pas un Pygmalion, je ne suis pas un mentor, j'aime bien la collaboration avec des acteurs qui ont décidé de faire ce métier. Si bien que quand la question se pose de le faire avec un enfant, c'est difficile parce qu'on ne sait jamais, surtout à cet âge-là, est-ce qu'elle en a vraiment le désir, est-ce que c'est ses parents, est-ce qu'elle va s'amuser jusqu'au bout, c'est du travail. Ça me paraît difficile de demander, voilà. Donc j'arrivais avec toutes ces questions éthiques et pragmatiques aussi, et ma propre patience, qui fait que je me disais, mais est-ce que ça va être jouable, parce qu'elle avait beaucoup de jours de tournage. Et assez rapidement, et alors là après je laisserai les acteurs parler, on a fait ça de manière collective et j'ai senti aussi, comme avec n'importe quelle actrice ou acteur, qu'elle avait des endroits de fragilité et des endroits de facilité. Les endroits de fragilité, c'est qu'elle détestait répéter, elle était très genre non moi je le ferai quand ça tourne. Et je me suis dit à un moment, j'arrêtais pas de répéter en me disant faut le répéter, puis au bout d'un moment j'ai compris qu'elle était formidable dans le plan et je me suis dit Cali, bon, bah, elle va le faire dans le plan. Et donc du coup je l'ai... Voilà, c'est comme découvrir progressivement qu'un acteur est super bon quand il marche, d'autres il faut les asseoir pour que ça joue mieux. Et bien pareil, j'ai fait cette découverte-là et j'ai pas eu l'impression de renverser mon mode de fonctionnement avec elle, sauf que j'étais extraordinairement reconnaissante envers elle et envers ses parents de s'associer à mon film alors qu'il y a eu des moments où il fait froid, elle dort moins, etc., etc. Mais voilà comment on a travaillé et puis j'ai installé assez vite avec Virginie et Rochdi voilà, des rencontres et après vous peut-être expliquez-moi comment ça s'est passé.
Déjà c'est une enfant totalement magnétique, hein. C'est difficile de ne pas avoir envie d'aller vers elle. Ce qui moi j'ai quand même pas mal travaillé vu mon grand âge avec des enfants, ce qui est assez rare quand même et qu'elle avait, c'est-à-dire qu'elle avait peut-être 5 ans au moment du film, c'est qu'elle a pu faire des scènes et ça c'est très très difficile. On a soit des enfants qui ne prennent pas conscience que, surtout à cet âge-là je veux dire, que ça tourne et qu'on utilise dans une forme de spontanéité, ou alors quelque chose de plus scolaire, où on sait bien qu'il faut se tourner le visage à droite, dire les choses. Mais tout ça ensemble, ça c'est très rare. Et moi je me souviens d'une scène qui était quand même une scène importante, enfin elles le sont toutes, mais le moment où elle va lui dire qu'elles vont moins se voir. Et donc effectivement elle ne veut pas répéter avant, très bien. Et elle connaissait absolument toutes les phrases, c'est-à-dire elle avait une mémoire et elle était en même temps elle était dans le ici et maintenant. C'est-à-dire qu'elle arrivait à jouer et ça, à cet âge-là, je ne l'ai pas vu encore. Sans maltraitance, en tout cas.
Et puis, il y avait quelque chose d'assez étonnant chez cet enfant, c'est que souvent, avec les enfants, il faut fixer des barrières, notamment dans la relation, mais aussi entre la fiction, la réalité. Et en fait, c'est elle qui les a fixé les barrières. C'est-à-dire que moi, elle a accepté que je sois son père le temps de la prise. Mais dès que c'était coupé, elle me faisait comprendre que... c'était assez... Alors, elle était très jeune, elle avait 5 ans, mais elle avait une maturité incroyable. Et c'est... En général, avec les enfants, on est toujours obligé de dire, alors là, je vais faire ton papa. Elle avait très bien compris ça, peut-être mieux que moi. et surtout, c'est elle qui coupait court à toute ambiguïté possible. Elle était assez étonnante à ce niveau-là.
Alors qu'il y a beaucoup d'enfants qui ont besoin de prolonger la fiction. Presque.
Oui. Elle avait un peu envie d'aller dans sa loge après en disant c'est bon, merci, je me reconcentre dans le personnage. Mais sans du tout, avec beaucoup de naturel et spontanéité. Là, je la présente comme si elle était enfant actrice, pas du tout. Il y a beaucoup de... Voilà, on a senti très vite avec elle un jeu, un plaisir de le faire. Ambigu parfois, mais faire un film intégralement avec un enfant, ce serait un autre challenge, un défi et beaucoup de responsabilités. Je ne sais pas si je le ferai.
Grazie mille, dobbiamo fermarci qui. Molte grazie. Thank you very much.
Bonne journée.
Buongiorno e benvenuti alla conferenza stampa del film in concorso The Whale. Prima di cominciare vi presento i nostri ospiti a partire dalla destra in fondo, l'attrice Hong Chao, lo sceneggiatore del film Sam Hunter, Brendan Fraser, il regista del film Darren Aronofsky e l'attrice Sadie Sink. Okay, I'm going to start with a question to Darren, and then I'll share. Darren, you saw this play in 2016, and at the moment you saw it, you wanted to buy. Why?
There. Hey, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to take a moment just to express my gratitude to be back here. First to the Venice Film Festival. It's my home, and it's so exciting to be back. And you know, the last few years, so many of us have lost so much, and there's been just such a separation of human connection. And cinema is about human connection. It's about the chance to slide into someone else's shoes and to have 2 hours of empathy in someone else's mind, and I think it's exactly what the world needs. So I'm just so happy to be back. I'm thankful to the festival, and I'm definitely thankful to all the critics, hopefully, and to all the fans who have come out. So thank you. I just wanted to say that because it's a big moment for me and I think for cinema. So, you know, I remember exactly in the New York Times where on the page the review for The Whale was. And I remember the article, I remember the photo, and I was like, oh, that's something I think I'll like. And I went to Playwrights Horizon, a great off-Broadway company in New York City, and I saw Sam's play, and I was just deeply moved. And immediately I said, let's reach out to Sam. He was a complete gentleman, a human with this huge heart, and we just started talking about the possibility. He was very excited, and it began this 10-long-year odyssey to figure out how to bring it to the screen. But what was it? I think not just Charlie, the character Brendan plays, but every single character in the film was just so rich and so deep and so human. It just seemed like a great place to stick my imagination and to dream about what this could be as cinema.
Question there. Yes.
Thank you. Hi, congratulations everybody. It's Stephen Schaefer from the Boston Herald. It's good to see some of you again. For Darren and Brendan, this is being called a comeback. There's Oscar buzz. I wonder how, if the two of you could talk a little bit about how you've managed to navigate this business for as long as you've been in it, which is such a roller coaster of you're up, you're down, you're in, you're out, that whole syndrome.
I'm just trying to stay in today. So I guess all I have to deal with is your good selves for the moment. Thank you for the warm reception. I'm looking forward to how this film makes a deep impression on everyone as much as it has on me.
Hi, Scott Orland with Cinema Magazine. Good to see some of you again. My question is about space, and it's for Darren and for Brendan. Darren, I mean, obviously, there's a limited space, the environment in which you set this. I mean, it is almost a strange way, like a prison for this larger man, and how the audience is a little claustrophobic. And Brendan, the space of your body, because when you go to brush your teeth or get on a bicycle, you kind of know what that space is. but when you had to put on the prosthetics and the suit, that space became something totally different for you to navigate. So if you guys could just talk about that.
I started this business with $20,000 and a dream to make my first film, Pi. And I learned back then that your boundaries are actually not chains. They're actually your gateway to freedom. So as a filmmaker, as soon as you have anything limited, it's really exciting. So, in Mother, I was confined to a single home. So I was like, all right, let's go for it and see what happens. Not only to limit myself to a single apartment, but to a character that wasn't very mobile and couldn't move that much. And how do we make that exciting and cinematic? So Maddie and I, my DP, Matthew Libatique, who is here, right there, Maddie Libatique. We spent a lot of time about how to turn theater into cinema, which is the great challenge when you start with a play, even though it was turned into a screenplay by Sam, but how to make that exciting and engaging for the audience. And for me, watching the rough cut, which is always one of the most difficult moments of any filmmaker's life, because there's just so much work to continue to do on it. It actually, for me in this case, was a relief because I did not feel claustrophobic watching the film. And I think that's a large part because of the way Maddie and I moved the camera, but also because of the depth of Sam's writing. You're constantly, throughout it, learning more and more about these characters, and almost like a murder mystery, they slowly reveal themselves. And every scene you get a little more and you start to put things together and your brain is just constantly firing and thinking. So I knew that the seed material of the play, when I saw it, could potentially give us that type of realm to keep the camera moving and to keep the audience interested.
Insofar as navigating space, it's important to note that Charlie's physical mobility is limited to his home space, which is his couch. His story is told behind closed doors, and he's a light in a dark space. I think it's poetic that the trauma he carries is manifest in the physical weight of his body. I needed to learn to absolutely move in a new way. I developed muscles I did not know that I had. I even felt a sense of vertigo when, at the end of the day, when all the appliances were removed, just as you would feel stepping off the boat onto the dock here in Venice, that undulating feeling. And I say this because it gave me an appreciation for those whose body is similar, because I learned that you need to be an incredibly strong person, physically, mentally, to inhabit that physical being. And I think that that is Charlie also. Thank you.
Buongiorno, allora innanzitutto grazie per questo film, gli interpreti tutti straordinari. E avrei milioni di domande, penso che quando un'opera d'arte suscita tante domande vuol dire che ha colpito nel segno, ma ne farò solo due. Allora vorrei chiedere al regista, lei ha esplorato la corporeità dei personaggi anche nei suoi film precedenti, The Wrestler, The Black Swan, il corpo che diventa metafora, espressione di un dolore interiore, di una sofferenza. Vorrei sapere se ha intenzione di esplorare ancora questa tematica. E poi una cosa che mi ha colpito molto, il potere salvifico della letteratura. Gli scrittori diventano quasi un dio in cui cercare conforto per il personaggio, quindi insomma un'opinione su questo, un commento su questo. Grazie mille, grazie.
Yeah, I have no idea what I'm going to do next, so I'm not sure, but these themes sort of seem to sort of trickle in, so who knows. But I was thinking that a big, and this might be incredibly shallow to my MacArthur genius playwright, but you know, the old saying, you can't judge a book from its cover, is a really big theme in this film. You definitely can't judge any of these characters by your first impressions. And then the way that Charlie, the English teacher, is constantly pushing his students to find honesty and find truth and get beyond the covers, I found very inspiring. So I think there's some element of that theme floating in there as well. I think, Sam, why don't you talk a little bit about that, because I think that so much in your writing is the love of literature.
Yeah, I apologize, I only got half of the question, but I mean, you mentioned truth. I mean, like, and by the way, thank you for having me. Hi, everybody. I think Charlie is a real truth seeker in this story. And I think the thing that's in his way is there are some hard truths from his past that he can't confront. And I think the process of the film is in some way him being able to confront those very hard, deep truths in order to help the people around him and save the people around him.
Sam, can you, in the title, you hint at the relationship with Moby Dick, you know, going back to the question on literature. Can you expand a little bit on that? And also on the fact that I love the way the film start with this beautiful voice and these beautiful words and this great literary thing, and then you go into the image that you don't see, and behind it is this character who is, by regular standard, is not beautiful, perhaps. But can you expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, I wrote this play about 12 years ago now. I started working on it, 2009 or so, and I was then teaching at Rutgers University. I was teaching expository writing to pay the bills. Actually, both my husband, who's sitting right there, and I were teaching there. And this was a class that was like a cattle call for every single Rutgers freshman had to take this class. And they hated it. And they hated me for teaching it to them. And I just found myself starting to beg my students to write something truthful and something honest. And out of that, I started getting these kind of amazing little things. I mean, these kids who, heretofore had just been summarizing Wikipedia for me, suddenly started saying these gorgeous things. And so I was like, I want to write a story about an English teacher who is desperately seeking to connect with a younger person, which eventually led me to this story about a father reconnecting with a daughter. So I think literature just always was imbued in it from the beginning, I guess. And I wanted Charlie to be a man of letters, a voracious reader. I mean, you can see in the film his library in the background is like the great books of civilization. It's amazing. So, yeah.
We have a question here.
Hi, Mr. Fraser. I spent several summers with my son watching George of the Jungle. So I became a fan and followed you through all your works. Watching the film last night and hearing the language aimed at you as ugly and disgusting, with your expression being so beautiful, it made me wonder, as an actor, how you've navigated your life, because being very beautiful can isolate you as much because people don't see you. So in all your different roles that you've taken on, can you talk about being seen beyond the outside, please?
Well, first of all, I do hope that your son was being safe in the backyard when he played George of the Jungle, because there are a number of parents who've come to me over the years to say, hey, great movie, my kid loves it. I got a bone to pick with you. He's got 8 stitches that he needed right here. That's right, George swings into rubber trees. I looked different in those days. My journey to where I am now has been to explore as many characters as I can. And this presented the biggest challenge to me that I wanted. And by far and away, I think that Charlie is the most heroic man I have ever played, because his superpower is to see the good in others and bring that out in him. And in that process, he's on his journey of salvation.
I think we have a question here.
Hi, Minori Ravinjan from Variety. I had a question for you, Darren, in terms of, I know you've talked a little bit about wanting to reintroduce an actor in casting The Whale. I was curious, if you could talk a little bit about that process, and also why you sort of went that route instead of perhaps casting someone who's, in terms of that was actually their reality outside of, day to day, and why not cast somebody from that, demographic?
Well, to a lot of Sam Hunter's pain, it took me 10 years to make this movie, and that's because it took me about 10 years to cast the film. And casting Charlie was a huge challenge for many different reasons. And I considered everyone, all different types of actors, every single movie star on the planet, but none of it really ever clicked. It just didn't make sense. I just was, it just didn't move me. It didn't feel right. And then a couple of years ago, I caught a trailer from I believe it was from a Brazilian movie.
Yes.
Yes. And it was kind of a low-budget Brazilian movie, and Brendan had a part in it, and I saw Brendan in the trailer, and a light bulb went off. I had never really, I never at that point had seen Gods and Monsters, and I hadn't seen George of the Jungle. I had seen some of Brendan's work, but it was just seeing him in there, and it just clicked. So I asked Brendan to come meet me. He lives in New York near me, and I said, let's meet. And he walked into the room, and it just kept clicking. And I went to Sam, and Sam was like, didn't quite get it immediately. So I said, all right, let's do a reading of it. So we put together a reading, and Sadie was at that reading too, because she's my favorite new actor. And we did this reading, and in a small theater on St. Mark's Place in Manhattan, and it just got chills from the moment that these two were interacting. It just was like, yes, this makes sense. And I looked over during the reading at Sam, and I couldn't get Sam's eyes. He was just staring forward. So I was like, okay, that's a good sign. But it was February 26th, 2020, so 2.5 weeks before that March 13th that we all know. And so the world shut down. And then I, like everyone, had no idea what was going to happen. But after some time, Maddie and a bunch of my crew was like, yeah, hey, we would love to work. But I didn't feel like it was really a responsible thing to make a big film. But I was like, oh, well, The Whale is 5 actors in a room. That's really controllable. We could have real protections against COVID. And we went for it. No one got sick on our set. And we made this little gentle film with these 5 actors, and Sam and myself and my team, and it worked out great. So.
You have a question here.
Darren has mentioned Matt Libatic several times already, so I'm curious. I would like to ask the actors. So I believe this is your first time to work with Maddie. So can you tell us what Maddie brought to your performance, and what was like the experience of working with the great Maddie Libatic?
His cousin? Why don't you go for it?
Okay, let me begin, and then I'll throw back to you. Okay. He can put a light anywhere, I learned, inside of a small room and tell the story of the emotional reality that's happening in that room. When it's turbulent in the scene, you'll see the weather is hitting rain droplets, and there are shadows on the ceiling as if tears. I was constantly knocking over his lamps with my walker because he found a way to create a reality that made that small internal space feel external in its emotional reality. And I know that as dynamic as that was, it was also quite simple to not be in the way and allow for me to see Hong's beautiful face as clearly as I could, and know that we're in a piece of cinema, proper cinema, that's based in a work that was created for the stage.
There's a question there. I do want to say something about Maddie. I was offered a role in one of those big popcorn movies, and I said no to it, but I kept on kicking myself because Maddie shot it, and that was the only reason I would have wanted to do it. So I'm so glad that I got to finally work with him on this movie, and getting to watch him and Darren, their partnership, it was so comforting as an actor, because that relationship can sometimes be really fraught, surprisingly, and it wasn't on this set. And Maddie was just a very gentle presence, and we always felt supported. I love working with Darren because he loves actors. He understands what we do. He's very protective. He was especially protective of Brendan and his energy, and so that was really just a blessing to get to work with these people, especially after the pandemic lifted and we were able to get back up, and getting to work on a small, intimate film like this with a very intimate cast, and having this sort of quiet, monastic experience in the freezing temperatures in upstate New York. I was very, very unsure about whether I wanted to get out of my little COVID bubble to come and do this movie, because I just had a baby, and I'm so glad that I did. It was a really wonderful experience.
The relationship that Maddie and Darren have is very special. One of my favorite memories is when Charlie becomes enraged with his students and he throws his computer, and it was my obligation to effectively be the camera operator that day with a little remote camera to show the body and then hurl all of this, and the camera could see every single thing save for Maddie and Darren hiding behind the furniture cackling because they think it's so hilarious that I'm breaking an expensive computer against the refrigerator. We got it in the first take, but they're like, we got another one, let's just do it again. I swear I saw a couple of film students again just loving their job.
Thank you.
There's one here, yeah. I'm Janet Nepales from the Philippines. Darren, congratulations on the movie. I know you and Maddie have gone a long way collaborating all these years, and your friendship has gone a long way. But what is different in your experience with doing The Whale with Maddie?
I don't think much has changed than, I think he just really explained it. I don't remember that memory, but we still get giddy when we break things.
There.
Hi there. I'm David Martos from Spain. I have a follow-up question for Mr. Fraser. You said you had been in a journey from the past to here in cinema and in life. What would you say this role means to you and to your career? How do you see this role in the landscape of your career?
Well, really, it is to be told. My crystal ball is broken. I don't know if yours works, but meet me after the show, and we'll take a peek together. What can I say? It was a great opportunity to step into the physical, corporal being of another man and tell the rich internal life story that he carries with him. And I don't know an actor in my peer group worth his weight in salt that wouldn't want to work with Darren. And I'm very fortunate to have had the opportunity.
Hello and huge thanks. It's the first movie that made me cry on this festival, and it's a lot. Natalia Zhuk from Ukrainian Moviegram. My question is to all of you. In this movie, Charlie's character manages to love people and see amazing in people despite of what's going on in him, despite all the tragedy. How did you, for yourself, answer the question how he manages it? Because for me, the strength of this person was so surprising and so overwhelming that, yeah, I just wanted to know how, from what depth of, yeah, human being it comes. Thank you.
When I first started conceiving this character, I mean, I should say that you know, I wrote this character from a pretty personal place. It's set in my hometown, a little town in northern Idaho called Moscow, and I also have a history of self-medicating with food, a history of depression. I used to be a lot bigger than I am now. I also went to a fundamentalist religious high school, and I was a gay kid in a fundamentalist religious high school, which was not easy. So there's a lot of, you know, none of my plays are directly autobiographical, but they all pull from a very personal place, and this one might be my most personal, and I was afraid to write it, and I think when I actually did write it, I was like, the only way that I can do this is if I write it from a profound place of love and empathy. And so I wanted to render somebody who had an unwavering faith in the goodness of human beings, in the inherent worth of human beings, despite everything that had happened in his life. I wanted him to be a lighthouse in the middle of a dark, dark sea. And that's what allowed me to write the play, that sense of hope and optimism and faith in other people, because that's what saved me. So.
Sadie, your character has to navigate a whole life of emotions towards her father, you know, love, hate, and then eventually, redemption. Mm-hmm. How do you do that in a room and with so few scenes? How do you create that character and that range?
I mean, yeah, with every scene, you kind of just get more glimpses into Ellie, and she opens up just a little bit. I think that first scene when she sees Charlie after so many years, and someone who she doesn't even know, but someone who she's kind of villainized her entire life, she's got a lot of things to say, so she kind of comes in hot. But I think what she's not expecting is someone who just cares so much about her, and Ellie's someone who just hasn't experienced any kind of parental care or love in a very long time, and she's especially not expecting it from, you know, the dad who left her, who, you know, she thinks cares about her least out of anyone. So with every scene, it's kind of like a battle, and I think she's being proved wrong, but she doesn't want to be wrong, because she's usually not wrong about people. But yeah, I think for someone like Charlie to see that there's good in someone like Ellie, it's kind of just throwing her for a loop. And then ultimately, I think at the end, it's up for debate, but I think, I think there is some good in her. I really do. Absolutely. Yeah.
No, I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, you're the pessimist. It depends if you're a pessimist or an optimist.
We have time with one very quick one because the gentleman has the mic and then we have to finish it. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Cristiano, best movie. First of all, congratulations to everyone. And my question is about what we were talking about, because I keep thinking about the sentence, people really are incapable of not caring. And it's a very optimistic point of view. And I was wondering if, beside the script, beside the movie, you really think about it, or there's room for a more cynical point of view on this particular matter. Thank you very much.
It's a good question. I don't think I fully heard it because someone's voicemail was going over, but it was about this. Did you get it?
Yeah, it was about the fact that this film has no cynic. It has a non-cynical point of view where nobody is capable of not caring. That was the question,
yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Well, the cynical point of view is alive and well in the film, but it's at war with Charlie's hope and love and vision of the world. And there's that one line in the film.
People are incapable of not caring.
That's what is. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is, for me, the reason I made the film, for that line. Because I see it in all of Sam's work. He just had a play up last month, and you can feel that same theme. And I think that's the most important message to put out in the world right now. Everyone's leaning into the cynicism and the darkness and giving up hope. And it's exactly what we don't need right now. We have to lean into that underneath it all, we all do care about each other. And that's really what we have to hold on to and prove to each other.
And on this note, we have to stop. Thank you.
Buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti alla conferenza stampa dell'immensità. Vi presento subito gli ospiti al tavolo, che sono il produttore Marco Gianani per Wildside, gli sceneggiatori Vittorio Moroni e Francesca Manieri. Gli attori Vincenzo Amato, Luana Giuliani, Penelope Cruz, e il regista Emanuele Crialese. Allora, immagino che ci saranno molte domande, vorrei cominciare io tanto per rompere il ghiaccio con una domanda per il regista, per Emanuele. È un lavoro sulla memoria, un lavoro sull'autobiografia? Comincerei proprio da questi due elementi. No, il pulsante grigio. Vai.
Pronto, pronto? Ah, ecco, perfetto. Allora, sì, è sicuramente un lavoro sulla memoria, è un lavoro sull'autobiografia. Credo che sia importante cominciare dicendo che il personaggio di Adriana è nessuno, che sono io accanto a Penelope, e sì, è ispirato alla mia infanzia, alla mia storia, è chiaramente trasfigurata, quindi ho cercato di trovare una chiave che potesse non essere autoreferenziale e quindi parlare soltanto di me, ma ho cercato di, come ho cercato di fare in ogni film, di rappresentare in chiave un po' più universale dei temi che mi stanno molto a cuore, quale per esempio appunto la migrazione. Io arrivo da lì, la migrazione di un'anima che può essere anche una transizione, cioè il movimento che facciamo da uno stato all'altro, e quel movimento per me è un movimento molto importante, che è un movimento che facciamo tutti, e quindi sono temi a me molto cari e in questo film li ho ripresi in una chiave un pochino più autobiografica sicuramente.
Allora, apriamo le domande. Intanto c'è una domanda qui davanti. E lì.
Congratulations, everyone. Hello, this is for Penelope Cruz. This is a showcase for you. You get to do everything, including a great video, music video. I wonder, do you see this character as being actually crazy, or is it a bad marriage in the 1960s that's driving her crazy? And what drives you to keep doing the kind of work you're doing? Have you ever considered saying, I'm going to go direct and give up acting?
Every day. Does it work? Can you hear me? I think she's not crazy at all. She has enough amount of craziness in her to survive this life that she has to live. That's where she connects with her daughter. They feel trapped in their bodies, in their house, in their family, in the situation that they have to live. There is no plan B, there is no escape. The only escape they have is through this television that connects them to another world, to art, to music, to dance, to dreaming, to something closer to the people they feel they are, the people they dream about being, if they had the permission that they unfortunately need from society at that point, or even from their own family, even from their own selves. So she's not crazy at all. She's a woman that experiences so much suppression and oppression that there is a point where she just cannot take it anymore, because she has to act in front of her children all the time, every day. And she can't take it anymore, and she goes into a deep depression, and she has to leave and go to a clinic and separate from them.
which was a very heartbreaking scene to shoot, because once again it's like representing so many realities of today. There are so many women around the world trapped in their own homes, trying to pretend in front of their children that nothing is as bad as it looks, but just out of survival. And I know them, I know some of them, and terrible, horrible stories. So it's one of the many important subjects that the movie talks about is also domestic violence. And he talks about it in a way that it just broke my heart when I read it. Thank you.
Una domanda lì. Se abbassate la mano non vi vedono più. Ecco, lì.
Good morning. This is a question for all of you. Well, congratulations on this beautiful movie. Mr. Crialese, I'd like you to talk a little bit about privilege. This movie is about the privilege of being a man, because the world, as Penelope said, is ruled by them. So how do you, I wonder whether you could elaborate a little bit of being the male storyteller. And then another question for Penelope.
Okay. It's a very interesting question. In the world, we split it between male and female. I tell you how I consider myself. I think that the best part of being a man is being a woman. So I don't really see the difference for me between being in one world or in the other world. I am who I am, and I keep in myself both polarity. I'm never going to be like any other man, so I don't think I would be a menace for men in this room. And I was born biologically a woman, but that doesn't mean that I don't have in me a huge part of female character, which is actually, as I said before, probably the best part of being men. I don't know if I answered to your question. Right.
Una pregunta para Penélope. Bueno, felicidades otra vez. Me pregunto dónde está la chispa en tu carrera que te permite viajar por tantos idiomas. ¿Dónde apareció esa chispa en tu vida que se abrió?
¿Qué era chispa?
Creo que ha sido una suerte, quizás una suerte haber estudiado siempre francés antes que inglés. Y luego, aunque eso me ha hecho no perder del todo el acento cuando trabajo en inglés. Luego a los 18, 19 años me empezaron a llamar de Italia, aprendí italiano y a mí siempre me han interesado mucho los idiomas y los diferentes acentos dentro de esos idiomas y es una pasión para mí, creo que es mucho más trabajo, pero ayuda mucho a acercarte a quién es ese personaje y esa manera de comunicar, de expresar. Y para mí me siento muy afortunada de poder hacerlo, de poder trabajar en 4 idiomas, aunque la única vez creo que he podido perder el acento 100% quizá fue en No te muevas, porque interpretaba a una mujer que era mitad italiana, mitad albanesa pero eso fue un trabajo de 5 meses de llorar y de querer estrangular al profesor y él a mí. Pero también fue muy bonito. Y aquí esto era otra cosa, es una mujer española que lleva muchos años viviendo en Italia, entonces habla pues, más o menos el nivel de italiano que hablo yo. Que también es a veces una libertad, no tener que estar siempre tan... Aunque a mí me gusta estar preocupado de otro acento, de otro idioma, pero tampoco podría hacerlo siempre, porque también es muy agotador mentalmente. Entonces, bueno, es un ir y venir y me encanta.
Allora, c'è una domanda lì, ma prima vorrei sentire Luana. Che esperienza è stata per te, come è avvenuto l'incontro con Emanuele e che cosa c'era di così interessante in questo personaggio?
Allora, l'incontro con Emanuele è avvenuto 4 anni fa e da subito mi sono sempre trovata bene con lui perché è una persona veramente speciale e anche tanto bravo.
E questo personaggio perché ti piace?
Questo personaggio all'inizio ero un po' turbata nel farlo, solo che poi Emanuele mi ha spiegato un po' di cose e da lì mi è piaciuto un sacco, perché per me è stato tanto importante rappresentare Emanuele quando era piccolino.
Grandesso Federico, question for Penelope Cruz. How do you like these roles of mother and these stories of families that have some problems? I would like to know your opinion, if you feel comfortable in these kind of roles, and how do you like them? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I've played so many mothers, and even when I was very young, even like with Pedro, I've made 7 films, and in 5 of them I'm a mother, and he's always seen me as a mother. And I think it's not a coincidence. I have a very strong maternal instinct, and I am really fascinated by what happens inside any family. Things happen everywhere, different things, but all fascinating. It gives material to do, like every single movie ever made could be made around a family. It's endless. So I think because my fascination for that, and also my very strong maternal instinct since I was a 5-year-old girl that was telling everybody in the park my plans about becoming a mother as soon as possible. So I've always had that in me, and of course it's the most important thing I have in my life now that I am a mother myself. And yeah, but I understand why everybody asks me that, because it's a lot of different mothers, and for me it's an honor every time. And this mother represents a lot of different kinds of women, a lot of different kinds of mothers. She's what she can be, and you can see also what she really is inside, what she would love to be. It's so complex, and it's so many layers in her, the way he wrote it and the way they wrote her. And she was already alive. When I read it, I felt so in love with her and such a need to make this movie with Emanuele. I felt it was a very important film to make.
Allora, c'è una domanda lì in seconda fila. Prima, attesa del microfono, vorrei chiedere a Vincenzo Amato come si è accostato a questo personaggio molto, come dire, ricco di complessità. Tu e Emanuele Crealese vi conoscete da moltissimi anni, tu sei diventato un po' il suo alter ego. Come è stato l'incontro con questo personaggio?
Guarda, ogni personaggio, questo è il 4º film che faccio con Emanuele e mi chiama a lavorare con lui. Ogni volta che facciamo un film insieme, il personaggio che devo interpretare io poi non è la cosa più importante è un po' tutta l'avventura di fare un film con lui. E dico sempre che questa avventura comincia da quando leggi la storia. Emanuele scrive delle storie bellissime, già scritte, sono bellissime da leggere lì, appunto quando le leggi diventi subito hooked, no? Sei già lì dentro. E poi comincia un lungo processo che è bellissimo, che non succede sempre nel cinema. Emanuele comincia il film mesi prima e si entra dentro questa specie di space, di nave spaziale, e si comincia a viaggiare. e poi si fanno le prove, si fanno i viaggi per conoscere lei, e poi si prova, e poi si parla, si mangia, si fanno un sacco di cose insieme. Cioè il lavoro è lunghissimo e poi dopo le prove si comincia a girare lì un'altra parte di quel lavoro. Io semplicemente devo fare un personaggio in queste avventure e certe volte è più facile, certe volte è più difficile. Devo dire, è sempre difficile perché lo voglio fare benissimo per lui, però lui è bravissimo a dirigere tutti. Lui è proprio bravo a dirigere, quindi mi fido di lui e cerco di non deluderlo ed è difficile. Poi io non sono molto vicino come persona a questo personaggio, ma non importa, non sono vicino a nessuno dei personaggi che ho fatto con lui, tranne forse il primo, ma non vuol dire, lui è bravo e lui ti aiuta, ti porta per mano a me e anche a tutti gli altri attori che non hanno mai recitato e non sono magari neanche attori, eccetera, li porta per mano a essere quel personaggio che prometto, a esserlo veramente. E io devo dire, anche io ho fatto un lavoro sulla memoria perché io sono sempre stato figlio, poi sono diventato padre, adesso sono padre, i miei genitori sono morti, io adesso sono ho dovuto fare un viaggio indietro a quando ero figlio, e però facendo il padre, e questa è stata una cosa bellissima, anche se il personaggio era brutto, però per me era un viaggio pazzesco nella mente di mio papà, però anche se mio papà non era così. Ed è stata una bellissima avventura, come sempre con Emanuele.
Grazie. Sì, prego.
Hola, buenos días. Tengo una pregunta a Penelope y me gustaría preguntarle cómo opina las relaciones entre este papel como madre y sus 3 hijos e hijas, especialmente con Adriana. Gracias.
Pero no he entendido la pregunta.
¿Le puede repetir?
Estas relaciones entre esta madre y sus 3 hijos e hijas. Sí.
Especialmente con Luana. So she has to protect them and pretend she doesn't see some things, but she sees everything in them, especially in Luana's character. And Luana sees everything in her mother, in Clara's character. And they are years and years living like pretending that they don't see some things that they see. Even the children, I mean the movie, like a lot of the movie is told by this point of view of the children that is terrifying because it really transmits to you, to the audience, the deep fear that children can experience when things are not matching, where things are not going, where something is very, very wrong. Not only the times when Vincenzo's character is doing horrible things, like the moment when he's beating her up, or Luana's. It's a constant frequency, a constant rhythm that is there in the house that is off. Something is off. And the children, all children can tell those things. So the way he showed that, to me, is genius. It's mesmerizing. The way he showed what they see, what these children see, what it means for them. In that way, my character becomes a child also, because she has to do the same thing that the children are doing. She has to also pretend not to see a specific reaction or what Patricio's character is doing in the middle of the hallway, which is like what a dog would do to mark the territory, because he wishes somewhere deep inside that father, that he wouldn't be there and he would be the man of the house. And this deep wish that comes from pure terror, or at least this is my interpretation of this, it is incredible how he decides to manifest that in that character through that action of this little boy doing what the dog would do in the middle of the hallway to mark territory, or the little girl and her relationship with the food, because she's not feeling safe about the future. She's not feeling safe about growing older. So their relationship with food becomes, why do I gonna grow? If how many years of this uncertainty, how many more years of this fear, and they are supposed to be the ones that give us this safety, and they are not. So the relationship with each one of the kids was very different, but they all had in common that at many points the four of us had to become children in order to escape that very sad, heavy, scary reality in order to survive. And there are so many things that are not said, and even with us in the rehearsal, not all of this was explained, not all of this was... Emanuele talks to you maybe about other things that are not in the script, that are not from his life. He wants to know things from our lives. And he will do it in the perfect moment, right before a scene that at the beginning maybe you think is not related to this. 3 takes into the scene, you realize, that's why he was asking me about that other thing that I told him about when I was 8 years old or whatever. It's very clever, and it's never a manipulating process. He doesn't manipulate. The way that I saw him treat these children is like really a lesson, you know, in so many ways. He protected them every second of the process. And when I work with children, I try to do the same and create a real friendship and spend time together and really getting to know each other, to have a relationship that is real. So I respect him for many reasons, but one of them is the way he has taken care of these children every single moment on the set. This is very important when we have children making movies.
Allora, c'è una domanda qui davanti, ma ne approfitto prima per chiedere a Vittorio Moroni e Francesca Manieri che cosa vuol dire per uno sceneggiatore entrare nella memoria di un regista e lavorare sulla memoria di un regista. Che tipo di sfide comporta questo lavoro? Chi comincia?
Francesca, vado io. Allora, per me è stata un'avventura vertiginosa, nel senso che sono stato invitato all'interno della memoria familiare di Emanuele. Ci siamo dati una serie di regole perché volevamo che questa oppressione, la lotta contro l'oppressione e il desiderio di libertà che c'è in questa storia, in questi personaggi, fosse anche il nostro nello scrivere questa storia. Io ho avvertito dall'inizio che questa storia era particolarmente decisiva per Emanuele. Sentivo che per lui era quasi una questione di, non vorrei esagerare, ma di vita o di morte poter scrivere questo film. Quindi sapevo che il compito era al tempo stesso monumentale, imponente e delicatissimo. E allora quello che abbiamo fatto è stato assumere subito un punto di vista, che era il punto di vista dei bambini, e volevamo che il film somigliasse a quel punto di vista. E per farlo quello che ci siamo detti è stato: proviamo a mettere un po' da parte gli ingegneri e gli architetti, i costruttori di storie professionisti, e proviamo a vedere e a evocare se dentro di noi sono sopravvissuti dei bambini e ci possono aiutare, no? Questo significava delle cose molto tecniche anche, per esempio il fatto di non darci un recinto, una struttura che ci rassicurasse, che ci facesse sapere in anticipo il significato del film, provando ad andare nei ricordi e a chiedere a ogni singolo ricordo di dirci che cosa significava. Così il film è nato in maniera estremamente libera, faticosissimamente libera, creando stella dopo stella una sorta di costellazione. E noi abbiamo in un certo senso appreso il senso del nostro film facendolo.
Francesca?
Ma sì, è sempre difficile entrare nella memoria di un altro. Non so, io sono veramente grata a Mario Giannani per avermi fatto incontrare Emanuele, perché era il mio regista dell'anima, e quindi quando l'ho incontrato ero molto emozionata, molto felice. E per me è stato, io ho sentito subito il carattere universale della storia che lui voleva raccontare, perché era una storia molto simile alla mia storia. Il lavoro che abbiamo fatto per me è stato, Emanuele è un autore è uno sguardo assoluto sulla realtà, non un contenuto specifico, e quando hai quella cosa davanti hai tutto e sai che il materiale che produci, come diceva Pasolini, che è una scrittura che vuole un'altra scrittura, si deformerà, si decostruirà.
ed Emanuele poi ha uno specifico modo di entrare in contatto con gli attori, con quello che il set produce, con quella capacità di ricreare l'inconscio che è del set, che uno sceneggiatore deve abbracciare. E quindi il lavoro per me prezioso che è stato fatto, spero anche per lui, è stato perimetrare il senso, il contenuto di questo racconto, e fornendo a un compagno di squadra, che è il capo di questa squadra, tutte le protezioni per questo viaggio che deve compiere, un viaggio in un contenuto molto complesso. E la prima cosa che abbiamo capito insieme è stata che, ed è l'aspetto per me di assoluta contemporaneità, di innovazione di questo film, che non ha a che fare con l'identità transgender, ha a che fare con un'affermazione sull'identità, cioè l'identità è un fatto di relazioni umane, non è un mercato individuale in cui noi semplicemente scegliamo chi siamo, ma è un modo etico di stare al mondo, interrogando sé e le persone che amiamo di più, a partire dalla principale di queste relazioni, quella negata, quella più osteggiata, che è la relazione col materno. E sì, io ho molto apprezzato la sua domanda all'inizio, no? Certamente c'è un privilegio nel punto di vista di chi racconta, e la grandezza di Emanuele è abitare quel privilegio decostruendolo, perché è ovvio che il privilegio del punto di vista maschile nella narrazione è indiscutibile. Quello che fa questo film è che ci dimostra che quando quel punto di vista si sposta siamo tutti un po' più liberi, non soltanto i soggetti in transizione o immigrazione, cosa che per me aveva fatto politicamente anche con i film precedenti, parlando della migrazione. Quindi il suo è un cinema in maniera sublime politica, senza esserlo, perché interroga noi sulla frontiera di libertà, e questo lo può fare il cinema meglio di qualunque altra cosa, e lo fanno i grandi autori. E quindi io ringrazio te, Emanuele, tutti i compagni di viaggio, e ringrazio Mario per il privilegio che mi ha dato.
Aggiungo che questa conferenza stampa è il sogno, credo, di ogni regista, perché non sono io a raccontare cose che ho già fatto facendo un film, ma ci sono i miei prodi che lo stanno facendo benissimo per me. Quindi io vi ringrazio perché state trovando parole che forse io non avrei trovato, perché quello che ho fatto l'ho fatto mettendo in scena. Quindi grazie.
Sì, anche questo film, sono qui per Emanuele, sono qui davanti, anche questo film è il sogno di ogni critico, perché più che un film è un abisso, cioè quello che mi è piaciuto oltre ai vari contenuti è la capacità taumaturgica della creatività di salvare le vite. Volevo sapere se e come per te, per lei, è riuscita l'arte a salvarla da questo passaggio di anima, che secondo me l'anima non ha sesso, ma partendo da questo presupposto ho visto una potenza dell'arte che si nota nel balletto, nella capacità di evasione, no? Della televisione, la mamma, la bellezza di queste immagini. E poi com'è stato e com'è avvenuto il click con la bambina, che è meraviglioso. Nel casting volevo sapere quanto è durato, se è stato immediato, perché è spettacolare. Complimenti per l'abisso che ha creato.
Ma una risposta molto semplice. Il percorso artistico, il poter rappresentare, il poter canalizzare le energie negative a volte, soprattutto lo sguardo che io sono figlio del mio tempo, il mio tempo era nel 60, dal 65 in poi, quindi il mio percorso è stato molto diverso da quello che potrebbe essere il percorso di un ragazzo che lo intraprende in questo momento. Diciamo che la cosa importante è stata quella di riuscire a trasformare quel dolore. E il modo che ho usato in maniera molto naturale per trasformare quel dolore era ricrearmi delle storie, usando anche i miei familiari, quindi io mettevo in scena sin da piccolo. Le prove di coraggio sono state una primissima manifestazione di questo mio tentare di mettere in scena, di questo mio tentare di spostare di rimettere a posto a modo mio, e capivo che ogni volta che mettevo a posto in realtà facevo sempre più disordine per gli altri. Per me era un modo di ordinare, per gli altri era un modo di disordinare. E a un certo punto ho dovuto fare una scelta, che non è la famosa scelta di essere o non essere, la scelta di vivere o morire, perché non si sceglie di intraprendere un percorso del genere, ci si nasce. Io non ho ricordi di me, che mi percepivo diversamente da quello che poi sono stato. Non ho ricordi di me. Quindi non si pone una scelta, si arriva al mondo, si arriva così, e a un certo punto la scelta è quella di continuare a credere in sé, a credere nel proprio percorso, oppure morire. Non ci sono altre alternative, quindi quando si parla di scelta io la scelta la intendo in questi termini. E il percorso artistico e la libertà che il percorso artistico mi ha dato è stata la prima forma di libertà mia che ho toccato, perché non mi sentivo libero di esprimermi, non pensavo, sembrava tutto sbagliato, sembrava tutto... Io voglio dire che peggio di me è stata mia madre. Mia madre si nascondeva insieme a me. E era una donna ovviamente che negli anni 70-80 era sola, completamente sola con questo problema, con questo problema per lei. Per me era un modo di esistere, per lei era un problema, lo era anche per me perché lo era per lei. Quindi io e lei siamo stati molto complici, ma lei soffriva del mio dolore, io soffrivo del suo dolore provocato da me. Quindi a volte stare insieme è meglio, a volte no, perché si è responsabili del dolore dell'altro e questo aggrava il proprio. Adesso non so se ho risposto bene alla tua domanda, se sono arrivati degli impulsi di verità, questo non lo so, però a volte ecco, io parlo forse non in maniera completamente lineare, ma non sono lineare. E invece l'altra risposta alla domanda, Luana. Allora, Luana, io Luana l'ho riconosciuta appena l'ho vista. E ho riconosciuto una mia piccola rincarnazione qui. Luana ha uno sguardo che, almeno è lo sguardo che io sentivo di avere, non che fosse esteticamente come se io sentivo che questi occhi, perché questo è un film di sguardi, che questi occhi mi portavano a vedere le cose, a vedere mia madre, a vedere mio padre, a vedere i miei fratelli come nessun altro paio di occhi potevano portarmi a vedere quello che avevo davanti. E quindi guardandola io mi sono spesso perso e gli andavo sempre più vicino, perché per me quello che conta, si dice che gli occhi siano lo specchio dell'anima. E beh, qui c'è tanta anima e io avevo bisogno di tirare fuori quella. Perché? Perché sì, perché...
Allora, poiché siamo in chiusura, chiedo veramente 30 secondi telegrafici a Mario Giannani per raccontarci il senso di questo incontro e così ci salutiamo in bellezza.
Sì, prima di tutto il mestiere del produttore è collettivo e quindi qui accanto a me ci sono anche Andrea Scrosati, Lorenzo Gangarossa, Dimitri Assam, Ardavan Safé che hanno prodotto questo film con noi e la squadra di Warner Italia che lo distribuisce in maniera magnifica. Con Emanuele ci siamo incontrati tipo 7-8 anni fa. Avevamo il desiderio di raccontare una storia che insomma, fosse intorno a questo perimetro di tema e di calore e di sensibilità. Poi ci siamo persi perché credo che in questi anni Emanuele abbia lavorato nell'elaborare un vocabolario nuovo per raccontare questa storia e ci siamo rincontrati, riguardati negli occhi, fidati l'uno dell'altro e penso che ogni artista abbia il dovere ogni volta di lavorare un vocabolario nuovo per raccontare cose che pensiamo di conoscere ma in realtà non conosciamo. E ringrazio tutti.
Molte grazie.
Allora.
Grazie a tutti, grazie.
Grazie. Grande ispirazione. possiamo solo festeggiare adesso. Basta.